$99 gutter cleaning special. Restrictions apply. 761-6400. Get an honest roof assessment before you call your insurance. At Excel, you don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400 or excelroofing.com.
Are you tired of biased news and woke entertainment? There's finally a streaming service built for you. Truth Plus from Trump Media gives you free access to non-woke news channels with 7-day catch-up DVR, thousands of patriotic movies and TV shows. And with the Patriot package, you get premium channels like Newsmax, Great American Family, and INSP. Support media that shares your values. Go to truthplus.tv or download the Truth Plus app on your smart TV or app store today. Make TV great again.
Are you tired of paying high fees in your retirement accounts? If you pay 1% a year for over 25 years, you'll deplete your retirement by 25 to 30%.
Here at MyMoneyMyWay.com, we don't believe in charging 1% or more. We have one of the lowest fees in the industry with 0.1%. That's 1/10 less than the other guys.
Save money. Call them today, 303-779-6600, or go to MyMoneyMyWay.com. That's MyMoneyMyWay.com.
Pickleball is on the rise. 46.8 million players nationwide, with a projected $5 billion industry by 2033. Looking to be part of this exciting growth? Crush Yard offers a unique franchise opportunity, redefining the pickleball experience with indoor courts, exceptional dining, craft drinks, and entertainment. This is your chance to invest in a rapidly growing brand shaping the future of leisure. For a limited time, you can own a piece of the action. Visit CrushYardFranchising.com to learn more. Crush Yard. Eat, drink, crush.
Hey, Sam, I've got a new project. Wildfire zone job with strict codes.
You need Trex Refuge, ignition-resistant decking that slows flame spread and gives homeowners added confidence when it matters most.
And durability?
It's still Trex. Low-maintenance boards that won't rot, warp, or splinter. And homeowners love knowing it's backed by a 50-year limited residential warranty.
Let's do it.
Introducing Trex Refuge. Built for beauty. Tested for fire. Performance engineered for your life outdoors. Learn more at Trex.com.
Need a whole house repipe or a water heater? Euro Plumbing delivers the lowest prices in Denver, hands down. Water heaters installed starting at $14.99. Expert repiping with long-lasting PEX at rock-bottom pricing. Free estimates, no gimmicks, just great service and savings. Euro Plumbing, your low-price leader in Colorado. Call 720-500-3000, 720-500-3000, or check out EuroPlumbingColorado.com.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We've got a warm one ahead for your Monday. Temperatures in the low 80s with partly sunny skies and some high fire danger as the wind picks up this afternoon. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burke.
This report is sponsored by America 250.
Calling all undergraduate students. What would you build for America's future? Your big idea could earn you $25,000 in grant funding and help shape the next 250 years of America. Submit today at America250.org. No purchase necessary. See official rules at America250.org.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. More threats from President Trump today towards Iran's civilian infrastructure, warning the U.S. could strike power plants and desalinization plants if there's no ceasefire and if the Strait of Hormuz does not reopen. At the same time, he says there's progress in ongoing talks, even as Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says that the U.S. proposals have been excessive, unrealistic, and illogical. ABC's Sherry Preston says American consumers are paying.
The price of oil globally around $115 a barrel. The price of gas nationally just under $4 a gallon. And now the USDA is out with a forecast on the cost of food, which will soon jump even more because so much fertilizer moves through the Strait of Hormuz. Grocery bills expected to be about 3% higher this spring. 4% more is how much you could pay if you're eating out at a restaurant.
TSA workers getting back pay today for the 2 checks they missed during the partial government shutdown. There's still no long-term funding agreement. This is ABC News. It's been a week since a pilot and co-pilot were killed at New York's LaGuardia Airport when their Air Canada regional jet collided with a fire truck on landing. And now Air Canada's CEO is stepping down. He faced criticism for only speaking in English while responding to the fatal crash. Breast cancer rates are rising among women under 50, but mammogram screenings are declining in some of those key groups with higher risk factors. Dr. Jessica Shepard, the chief medical officer for HERS, says insurance coverage can be one issue.
For patients, they're like, well, if this is not going to be covered or I can't cover it, then it actually decreases my interest in actually getting the exam. I think that this is really where the medical community needs to take focus and look at that gap. And we should be responsible, as well as insurance companies, for decreasing that gap.
I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also...
K-How News Time, 10:03.
Dry conditions forcing more red flag warnings today. High fire danger expected over much of the state, including for Fort Collins, Greeley, Boulder, Colorado Springs, and Pueblo. South Metro Fire's Matt Assel telling Fox 31 it's already been a busy start to the year for grass fires.
I would say more than we normally would be this time of year, and definitely some bigger ones than we normally would be.
Despite a chance for rain in the forecast this week, firefighters are still urging caution for wildfires. Rockies get swept by the Marlins in Miami to start the season. Bottom of the ninth, Colorado up 3-2. One man on base, Victor Vodnik pitching to Owen Casey.
1-0 pitch is driven to right, and it is gone.
Jack Corrigan with the call, a walk-off 2-run home run for Miami. Colorado losing all 3 games by 1 run. The Rockies begin a series in Toronto this evening.
Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape on the highways. There's some slowing on 270. Both directions are a little heavy, especially east as you're coming off I-76. It's kind of a slow and go grind there, then it kind of eases up a bit. I-25 south coming into downtown, 225 around the spillway also. But those are the only slow spots. Pena looks good now, heading to and from the airport. Down on Parker Road, heading northbound at Quincy. Got a construction zone there that's got traffic tied up. And Santa Fe at Mississippi, this is for southbounders, is backed up also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Can Hollywood be fixed? This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into the movie sweeping the nation, Project Hail Mary, and the star of the film that wants to save Tinseltown. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Hello, everybody. How we doing?
Don't miss our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Streaming now on Hulu.
Taylor Swift's first awards show appearance this year.
Taylor Swift is here.
Miley Cyrus takes home the Innovator Award.
Miley Cyrus.
John Mellencamp wins the Icon Award.
Plus performances from Alex Warren,
Kehlani, Lady Wilson, Ray,
TLC, Salt and Pepper, In Vogue, and more.
All hosted by Ludacris.
You know what time it is? Our 2026 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Now streaming on Hulu.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made every
everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive by car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Gingrich Structures, your post-frame experts. Visit gingrichstructures.com. That's gingerichstructures.com.
Here's what's happening. President's executive order to pay TSA.
Democrats are happy to deprive government workers of their salaries.
Iran stops 3 ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
The Revolutionary Guard reiterating that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4, we'll have the latest on the war in Iran as we head into this critical phase of either a deal or massive escalation, and the results of the Democrat Assembly where the inmates clearly running the asylum. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. That's the local number. We're here live and local in the studio, 713-8255. But I have another number you can call 24/7 because it always works. Now, when we're here, it comes through to the studio. When we're not here, it goes to our voicemail. And we promise you to call every single person back if you leave a number and you want to get on the show. We will try to help you any way we can. Now, we really, truly have recovered hundreds of millions of dollars in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. I call it media with a purpose. I love it. And today we have 2 special guests. You know, we have guests to highlight certain things, and then we talk about anything. We're never limited by the guest, of course, but we emphasize certain topics. Today is real estate and finance, home finance. And we have John Clace with us from CMG Financial. And he does the all-in-one loan, one of his hallmarks. He also does reverse loans. And his website's partnerandlending.com. Then we have Stephanie Thomas. Stephanie's from the Springs area. You may have heard when Frank Duran was on the show, he said, I refer people to Stephanie and they love her because Frank does not go down into that area. Stephanie works from basically Castle Rock all the way down to Pueblo. And her website is StephanieRE.com. Stephanie, who's your broker? Who's the broker in charge?
Coldwell Banker.
Okay, Coldwell Banker. Welcome, by the way. Everything is great, and we are talking some real estate. And I want to start out by talking real estate because there's some interesting things going on. And again, our callers can call about anything, especially if someone's lied to you, cheated you, ripped you off, or, you know, basically are giving you a hard time. That's what we do here. We also refer you to great people. And speaking of Frank Duran, he's one of them. So for the metro areas, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. What he's doing is a market valuation. So what does that mean? It means he'll take a look at your house and tell you what it will sell for without listing it. He'll just tell you based on his methods what you will net and what you can afford to buy. So to get that from Frank, 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Speaking of that, Stephanie, do you do a similar, will you give market valuations in the Springs area?
I do. I go out and do a comprehensive market analysis. Absolutely.
They may not want to list. Now,
sometimes it's information.
Do you find people are more surprised about what they'll get or shocked or disappointed? Are they happily informed or disappointed?
I think it comes down to when they purchase their home. If they've purchased in the last few years when things really elevated after that COVID market, when we saw things really escalate, I think that those numbers aren't necessarily, quite as awesome. But if you've had a home for a little while and you purchased more in that normalized market, then a lot of times I've got great positive news for people.
All right, I want to go to Steve on the line, then we'll get to John Clace from CMG, and also whatever your topics are. Hi, Steve. I'm Tom Martino. What's going on with you, Steve?
Well, just wanted to mention the ripoff that's happening with the state TABOR tax.
Tell me what's going on. What are you talking about, Steve, specifically?
Well, nobody's even talking about it, but I had my CPA do my taxes, and last year I got $400 more than I did this year, and I asked them why, and they said, well, there's a budget shortfall. And so I look at it, and I compare my assessment from last year to this year, and my assessment went way up, and where'd it go? To all the teachers. And so... I don't have any kids in school anymore, and I'm really upset that I have to pay and lost $400 because of this somehow conniving.
Well, you can always protest your assessed valuation, and then that's what your tax is based on. So, did your tax go up $400?
No, that's you're wrong. You're wrong. My assessed valuation went down.
What?
My taxes went up.
Now, that's odd. Wait a minute. Yeah. So the mill levy went up then?
Sure, yes.
The mill levy went up.
Yes.
Okay. And so...
That's right.
Okay, gotcha. And the mill levy, what area are you in?
And I live in Centennial, so my house, it went down. So I'm saying, hey, logically, my taxes should go down.
That's right.
But it didn't.
That's right. Normally, that would happen unless... the mill levy went up, but man,
we got sneaked in. We got ripped off.
Yeah,
they sneaked in a mill levy and ripped us off.
Steve, listen, this state is becoming outrageous when it comes to taxes, and the city of Denver is even worse.
Scumbags.
Now, here's what I want to know.
Bunch of dirtbags. I don't go to Denver anymore. I don't go down there. I don't spend a dime in Denver because of all the jerks that run that state and the Denver city.
Well,
I never go down there anymore.
For the first time, we have more people moving out of Colorado than moving in.
Well, that's great. That's great. I'm glad to see it.
And Steve, it's just one of those things. What area are you in where the tax levy went up, the mill levy? Where are you?
Do you know where University is and Dry Creek?
Yes, you're in a very expensive area. Yeah.
Yeah, and my assessment went down.
How much, by the way, out of curiosity, how much did your assessed valuation go down?
I went down about 100,000.
Really? Wow, that's
and
odd.
The houses are selling for more. It's very odd, and I was expecting the refund, and I'm upset about it, and I'm going to contact anyone that wants to talk about it, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Well,
I sent to Mr. Boyle, Peter Boyle. He didn't say anything.
Steve, what can we?
Hey, it's no big deal.
It is a big deal, but what can we do about it? When we elect politicians who raise our mill levies, what can we do about it? I mean, really.
Well, you sell your house and leave. That's what you do.
And that's what people are doing.
So pissed about this.
And Steve,
I'm tired of the regulations. I'm so tired of this crap.
Steve, your money is going for a lot of social programs in this state that we've never had before. And the sanctuary state, that's what we are. We've become a sanctuary.
That's why we owe money to the federal government. Our federal deficit's in the trillions because it's been big-time giveaway programs for the last 30, 40 years.
Man,
everybody's got their hand out.
Steve's upset. That's for damn
How often can they change mill levies?
Here's what I wanted to find out. And thank you for calling, Steve. Here's what I wanted to find out, okay? What I wanted to find out is if they did, because they had to. Mill levies, by the way, for those listening, a mill is how much you pay per thousand. Okay, so the more mills, the higher the mill levy, the more you pay in taxes. Now, it is possible, but very rare, that you could have your house value go down by 100, and then you have an increase in tax because the mill levy went up. Now, you ask how often? Well, whenever there's a budget, whenever there's a special need, whenever they do a ballot initiative, basically, it's a tax. It's our property taxes. So let's say they want to raise, the budgets for the schools and for the county and for roads and bridges, whatever. They have usually public hearings and meetings, and then the elected officials do what the hell they want. Now, they do have the public, I've always thought these public hearings are a bunch of crap because they're always going to end up doing what they want. Okay. They really do. But we elect them. So the theory is you elect who you want and they do the right thing, and then if you don't like them, you don't elect them again. But they can change the mill levy whenever they want. Whenever there's an increase in a budget or whenever there's an increase in a tax, they can do it. They can raise the mill levy. Now, the Tabor does limit them a certain amount, and this has constrained them somewhat. That's why I was confused as to why his house would go down by $100,000 and yet his taxes went up. So if anyone lives in that area, that's why I asked about it. Would you give us a call and maybe you can explain it? Because again, there are constraints on how much they can raise taxes without a vote, and there are procedures to go through for raising budgets and all of that. But this guy's pissed off. I guess I don't blame him. Your house goes down $100,000 and you get taxed. Let me tell you what they're doing in Arapahoe County, which is an amazing phenomenon. They're actually, the airport has a bunch of people who basically they own hangars, and this is just an example. This is not, I don't want you to feel sorry for people that own hangars, but they own hangars, but they rent the land, the airport land. So they're not real property. They're kind of like a mobile home on top of a lot. Now, the underlying landowners pay tax on the land. So when you lease from the landowners and they lease from the airport, and the airport pays tax on the property, and the leaseholder pays, of course, the people who are developing that property, but you never really own it. Up to a couple years ago, they never taxed them because they were considered, literally, they're not real estate. Leaseholders. They're not real estate. Guess what? They started taxing them. And what they said here's what they said basically. Come after us. Sue us. I mean, that's what they're saying. They're so hurting for money. They just said, we're going to start taxing you. They tax it as if you own that real estate on a lot. In other words, they tax it, even though that land is not yours and you're renting the land from the airport. They tax you as if you own it. Unbelievable. But anyway, taxes are always going to be with us. The point is, did they do it legally where he lives? I mean, I imagine they did. No one wants to pay taxes, but I can see where he'd be pissed off. His taxes go up $400, yet his assessed valuation went down. Again, if anyone has experienced this, let me know. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Gunrite. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet.
Right,
Kitchens,
that's
baths,
right.
counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Visit
Here you go. These two.
Thanks.
Gotcha. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Here's how he works. You call, you get free legal advice. If you want to hire him, it's a flat rate. That's how he works. It's that easy. 303-429-6200. Your whole case quoted up front. 303-429-6200, LazzaraLegal.com. Hey, Are you looking to become a landlord, but you don't want the conventional risks and hassles? Now, I've been telling you about Vestera Turnkey, and people have been doing it. What you do is you buy a rental through Vestera. They're buying brokers. They help you not only buy the property in a market that's promising, but they also help you manage it, rent it out, day-to-day phone calls, any repairs and maintenance. They do it all with you, and they hold your hand. You hardly have to do anything. Find out the Vestera way. MyBiggestReturn.com for more information. MyBiggestReturn.com. Okay, I gotta ask AI about this because that's very odd.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Just to let you know, the A team of deputies are here.
Okay, who's
Deputy
that?
Dollar and Deputy Pain in the Ass.
Okay.
He didn't sound too enthused. No.
I wasn't on.
That's good. That's good, Shannon.
Yeah, she looks some this weekend even. Hey, baby.
So Tabor was passed in 1992? Holy shit.
Yeah, but didn't they do something to revoke it or something recently? Wasn't that something?
They keep chipping away at it.
I think they charge, they call it fees instead of tax or application.
Yeah, but that's not what this guy's
Essentially,
in.
they
get a
Right,
That's
I
not
know.
what he's
Well,
talking
but
about.
the pole dancer that is our governor is continuing to treat.
The pole dancer? Is he a pole dancer, Shannon?
I mean, listen, if I were completely in charge, I'd take all your money too. Holy
I
crap,
bet
what
you
a
would.
sweet deal. And then save the otters or something so I could get nibbled at a cocktail party.
Oh, you did such wonderful work with the sea turtles. Take off your pants.
Okay.
Then you ask them if they want otter soup.
Oh, I've actually saved a step in this whole process. I now have a straw made out of turtle shell.
A straw?
Just cut to the chase.
Did you go to Golden Corral this weekend, Chan Man?
I did yesterday,
Oh,
but
what
with a
happened?
girl, and it wasn't good.
You went with a girl?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I prefer being alone because put in an earbud, watch my little TikTok, take my time. I don't have to hear about grandkids.
Okay.
When I stopped
Get the hell
to get
out.
some of my coffee, that was all normal times. But it was like in between, I just kept losing time. Like, oh my God.
The mill levy shift. If you
Because I always leave early enough that I'm 10 minutes early.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
You made it on time.
There we go.
Well, you figured out when Tabor was passed. When was the Tabor Center open?
I don't know. Hey, who brings up the calls? Do you, Shannon, or does Axe?
I can. Would you like that?
No. I want to know who normally does it.
Well, he talks to him, and I push a button when you say or do not say something.
Okay, good. So when I call for the caller, you bring up the caller on the air.
Yeah.
Okay, and then how do you know to put them on hold?
Inflection, or you start to tail off,
Okay,
or you
good.
start to talk about a
Excellent.
different subject.
Excellent. Here's some good cues that I can give you. I can thank them for calling, but I don't want to do that every time. It sounds redundant. But I can also give the phone number out. And then when I give
switch it up, because after 50 years, you got to do something different.
So when I give the phone number out, you can put them on hold. Shut up, Bo.
I just got shut up, Tom.
Fucking Bo.
Well, hey, how about we fucking muddle through this like we do every day? Stand by.
A storytelling show.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. By the way, WaterPro's the best water systems, absolutely, positively, solid state, computerized, or they use the water to power them. WaterPros.net, drinking water at the kitchen sink, $1,100, fully installed. Actually, you can have that anywhere you want. These are absolutely the best systems at the lowest prices. That's it. So if you're looking for a water system, waterpros.net. So taxes, I looked up. Now, here's the bottom line. In Colorado, because of the Taxpayers Bill of Rights, TABOR for short, TABOR says you have to get voter approval to increase taxes, period. You got to do it. Whether you're a school, you're a county, you're a city, you're a state. You have to get approval. It was passed in 92. Now, here's the thing. What a lot of municipalities have been doing, a lot of governments have been doing, is not calling it a tax, but imposing a fee. Users' fees or participation fees or just fees. And they get around the tax increases in many cases. But in this guy's case, where if he's telling me the truth, I'm just taking him on his word, his valuation went down, his taxes went up $400. That signals an increase in the mill levy. That would have had to have been voted on. Now, the way they do that is through special elections or in with the regular elections, but they have to put it forth to the voters. So he might be upset about it, but you have to know it was approved by the voters. If it was a tax increase, it was approved. Now, I think what bothers me when it comes to taxes is how they word it on the ballot initiative. So they make it sound like it's going to be the second coming and that it's going to be the best thing you can possibly do. And the Tabor Amendment has to be defeated, right? So they have to get the citizens to actually agree to raise their own taxes. That's what they have to do. Now, speaking of taxes, Stephanie Thomas is with us, StephanieRE.com. She's a Coldwell Banker, Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak area. Do people shop for taxes? Do people shop? Does it affect house buying and selling? Do they ask about taxes?
Absolutely, they
really
do.
It's a big deal.
Yeah. So in Colorado Springs, we have a couple areas that have metro districts, and that's not just in Colorado Springs. That
I get it.
But those metro districts, for instance, they have a significantly higher tax rate over there because the metro district can.
So a metro district, for those listening, could be for a park, it could be for sewer, water, it could be for anything. A metro district is a district that's incorporated within a municipality, and what it does is it has the power to then tax those in the district.
It does.
They're affected by Tabor as well.
Yes, absolutely. But the thing about that is, for instance, the one neighborhood I'm thinking on the south side of town, we definitely see that effect over there because the purchase prices look really attractive. But when you're looking at taxes and you've got, maybe several $1,000s more than a comparable house in another neighborhood,
it will make a difference.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference on people qualifying.
Okay. And speaking of qualifying, we have John Clace with us, and he is with CMG Financial. He's a direct mortgage banker. So let's talk about this. The mortgage rates jumped after Iran and the conflict. And right now, what are they hovering? I guess the average rate on a 30-year went up to what, 6 point something?
Yeah.
6.3?
Yeah.
Okay, now, does it make a difference, each little jump in an interest rate? Do you notice it immediately?
We do. We notice a quarter points make a big difference to people.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it because of the qualification or the psychology?
Well, a lot of it's psychology, but you'd be surprised at how many people that are buying houses, and because of homeowners insurance going up and taxes going up, you're razor thin on your debt to income ratio a lot of times. I mean,
so let's talk about this now. With your loan, the all-in-one loan, and I'll explain this very quickly. An all-in-one loan, you take basically a line of credit on the house. So let's say you have money you come in on, and then you take a line of credit. And what will this line of credit go up to if you're buying a home? Will it go up to 80%, 90%, 95%? What's the loan to value?
On a purchase, we'll go to 90%. On a refinance, 80%.
Okay. So let's say I'm buying a house, 90% line of credit. Okay. So I put some money down. I have a line of credit. When I say line of credit, obviously I need it in the beginning in order to buy the house. Now, this is where interest rates come in. It's an adjustable rate, right?
Yes. So there's a margin piece, which is fixed for life of the loan, but then an index it's tied to. So it is variable. Yes.
Okay. So you mean there's a base rate?
There's a margin. So the margin stays fixed for the life of the loan. For example, we offer.
Well, that's kind of like a base rate. It never goes below that base.
Correct.
Okay. And then it can go up above the base.
It can.
But never below the base.
Correct.
Now, when rates are 6 and 0.3, what would a base rate be?
Base rate would be about 7.125, but you can buy the margin down.
What do you mean the base rate? So
no, not base. I'm sorry. Base rate fluctuates between 2.5 and 3.5.
That's what I meant. Yes.
Yeah.
So 2.5 to 3.5. And then there's a margin on top of that.
Index on top of
An index. Okay. And does that index follow anything like the LIBOR or the T-bills or whatever?
Yeah, we use the 30-day SOFR average. So the SOFR average is kind of what the
and SOFR stands for
what is it?
It's a Fed rate.
It's overnight. It's the overnight rate that pretty much banks borrow money from each other on.
And so, okay, so here's what I want to tell people about that line of credit. That line of credit, you're going to pay interest on it. But if you have a line, let's say 500,000, and you have checking and banking at any one time, that money counts against your average daily balance. They give you credit for it.
That is correct.
So if you keep a normal checking and normal savings, for every day that dollar is in that bank, it's $1 less you owe on your mortgage.
$1 less you owe on your mortgage, which saves you interest on a daily basis.
So if you have normal household money and some savings, and it's in an account, you can literally pay way less than market on interest.
Way less. Our average rate on our all-in-one loan is typically way less than 4%.
And it's not, and we're not talking about paying down the loan. We're talking about simply sweeping it every night.
Right. It's just using the checking account that sweeps every night, and you can pull it out. So if you pay your bills on the 20th of the month, why that money's sitting in your checking account for those 20 days, it saved you interest.
For 20 days, it saves you interest on the amount of money you have. So if you want, and let's say you win the lotto or you get an inheritance, you can put a chunk of money down on your mortgage immediately. And because it's simple interest, you immediately pay less.
That is correct, because most people will not take an extra $10,000 and pay their regular mortgage because you can't get access to it. Goes away.
But in this case, if you have an extra 10 grand, you could pay down the mortgage.
Correct.
Or just keep it in the bank, but you could literally pay it down too. And you can pay it down and borrow it up through the life of the loan.
Correct. It's 30-year line of credit.
So even though it's a mortgage loan, if your house goes up in value, you could theoretically have more money unlocked to you. Is that right?
You could. You'd have to go through the refinance process. Most people don't need to do that because this loan pays itself down so quickly that you always have access to equity.
Okay. And again, that is called the all-in-one loan. Now, you're also doing reverse loans as well.
We are.
Those are becoming very popular. We have referred a number of people to you. Now, who's the ideal candidate for a reverse loan? You have to be 62, but I've always said, you don't get enough access to your money at 62 unless you really need it. I think 72 or older for getting a good chunk of your equity.
Chunk of your equity, getting rid of any small debts you may be paying out, because the money, it's not taxed. So you can get rid of $1,000 mortgage payment and it doesn't affect your benefits at all. It doesn't affect
nothing. It's not income.
Yeah, it's not income.
So people who are older, they've called us before and they were in trouble. And they needed money, so we walked them through a reverse loan. And there are a lot of fallacies or myths about reverse loans we'll take up in a minute here. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Stephanie, real quick here. Have you ever had anybody do a reverse loan for purchase money?
You know, I've had some buyers that shopped that at one point, ultimately decided not to purchase, but that was our intended path.
I want to talk about that. How does that actually work? A reverse loan for purchasing. We'll talk about that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255. By the way, if you want the most beautiful Italian porcelain walk-in showers with the greatest prices, by the way, they do it in 2 or 3 days with a year to pay with 0 interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Beauty and no maintenance. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000.
Oh, okay.
This is Denver's talk station. Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver.
Still waiting to practice that phone number thing.
Now, impact traffic.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape on the highways and byways. Really not much traffic on the roads at all. 270, some slight slowing east. I-76 through York and I-25 south coming into downtown. Mainly right around Spear. Just a bunch up, not a delay. Southbound Santa Fe at Mississippi continues to back up quite a bit through that construction zone. Other than that, we're looking at I-25 between downtown and the Tech Center at 10 minutes. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the tale of what happened when 2 U.S. congressmen dueled with rifles. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, I was having dinner with the owner of Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And he said, Tom, we are growing like crazy. And why? Because of the fantastic services they do. They don't come looking to replace and sell you something. They come looking to fix things, hence the name Fix It 24/7. Their Extreme Clean, Tune, and Check is a great example. Get your AC done. They take it apart. They refurbish it. They clean every nook and cranny, put it back together, adding life and efficiency to your AC. Call them 720-526-3939, just $39, fixmyhome.com. Okay, if you're looking for a building, a beautiful steel building, go direct to the factory, GreatWesternBuildings.com. A factory in Grand Junction, as a matter of fact, serving all 50 states. We happen to be fortunate to have them in our backyard, employing hundreds of Coloradans. And listen to this. They can do any kind of a building, 100% American steel, guaranteed for life. The finishes guaranteed for like 40 years. GreatWesternBuildings.com.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Probably say okay. All right, we got a call. We'll practice that new thing.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Janice.
There's like 18 things we need to fix. What?
Janice Motorcycle.
What about her?
Janice Motorcycle?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
That's the dealership.
Janice? Really? Okay.
He might have misspelled it. It should say anus.
Okay, nope, it shouldn't.
Oh, okay. Not anus.
Fart-powered anus motorcycle.
I wonder if it's
That's
Janice.
a motorcycle without a seat.
Oh, it's Janice. Yeah, Janice. I never heard of Janice Motorcycles. Is there a dealership? Or is that the name of the bike?
That's the name of the dealership, he said. He said the bike works fine.
Okay. But they actually make bikes.
Bikes.
or they have this bike called the Halcyon. What a weird looking bike. Oh, yeah, it's a Janus bike. It's called the Halcyon. They're weird looking bikes. Weird.
Oh.
Weird, like chairs would look if our knees bent the
I don't
other
know.
way.
They're kind of like they're really not bad looking bikes, but they're just strange looking. I wonder what they
Look
cost.
like the old Harley Davidsons from the 30s. Like
Kind of
World War
that. They
II.
have that old retro look, don't they?
Yeah.
We all do.
Hey, whoa, speak for yourself.
Well, maybe not Adam.
With the
He's
skinny
got
gas.
X's on the back of his hands.
He's got what on the back of his hands?
I forget. Does that mean you can or can't drink?
Cannot.
Cannot? Why?
Because Mom is listening.
I thought you said you were 20-something. Really?
I'm 19, Shane.
Holy shit on a shingle.
Yeah, you better be. Yeah, you
Oh
better
my God, I
speak.
should change some of the words I'm
Yeah,
using.
you need
Sorry.
to clean up
Oh,
your
no,
act.
it's fine.
Well, that's okay. He could have gone to Nam at his age, so shut up.
Yeah, you got a minor in the control room.
Hey, I'm not a minor. I'm 19.
Minor
Really? Have you
plus.
ever dug coal?
God.
Oh, there's still coal.
Shannon's on top.
Oh, yeah. I hear all these stories about miners getting pregnant
Yeah.
in ice facilities. I'm like, are the coal miners that good looking? Jesus Christ, bro.
There was this kid at the venue who was trying to get every girl's number. It was the funniest thing ever. He'd walk up to one, hey,
Think
can
we
I get
know
your
that
number?
guy.
No. Walked up to another one, hey, can I get your number? No.
Uh-oh.
That sounds
Let's
like
do more of
something
this.
Shannon would do.
This is guaranteed.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, let's talk to Gary. Hi, Gary. What's happening? By the way, Gary, they said you were calling about a Janus motorcycle, and I looked them up. I never. How old are they? They have a really distinct look, like old fashioned almost.
Vintage look.
Yeah.
Like the old Harleys.
Yeah,
from World
basically
War
what
II.
they do is they take a 450 Honda and they make it look old.
Oh,
but
really?
It's a brand new bike. The problem I'm having is not with the bike, though. I just wanted you to see what I was buying there.
Okay, cool. What's going on? What's the problem with Gary?
Well, I bought the bike 3 years back, and I love the bike. I have a good time with the bike, and it's fun there. But I financed the bike, and I've been making payments for about 3 years now. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, I get a phone call from a different company, and they say, we want your money now. We've taken over this thin loan there. And I said, okay, send me some information.
How long was
So
the
they sent
loan
me some
for?
blank
How long was the loan?
information.
How long is the loan?
4 years.
Okay, go ahead. So
I've been making payments for 3 years. Yeah.
okay. After 3 years, they called you.
And so I tried to call. I tried to call the old finance company, and I don't get no answer there. I can't get through to them. I'm 70 years old, so I don't have a lot of PC skills there. So I
So
use
this
the phone,
lender
I call
said,
them, but
this
they don't
new
answer.
lender said they're taking over your note.
Right.
Okay.
And so I said, okay, send me some information.
Right.
You know, and they sent me information, but it was all blank. You know, we want to get into your checking. We want you to make automatic payments, this, and that.
Well,
But
you're
they do
right
have
to be
the bike's VIN
skeptical.
number.
You're right to be suspicious. You want to make sure that you are paying the right people and that they have authority to be paid. But it's not unusual for loans to be sold. So what is the issue right now, Gary?
Well, what I want to make sure is I don't send money to somebody that's not supposed to have the
Exactly.
loan. How do I verify that?
That's
I
a
asked
good-
them to send me
John, what
a
would you
copy
say?
of
That's a good
title.
question. John, what would you do to verify the lender had authority?
That is very smart. I mean, have they given you like the total statement of what you still owe or anything like
Yeah,
that?
have they showed you an assignment of a loan or anything in writing?
No, they've only sent me the blank forms to fill out so I can automatically have it taken from my
but you don't. But how do you know? That's weird. I mean, they should have some kind of proof they give you. I mean, they expect you to just fill out automatic withdrawals from your account. I mean, how do you know? Did the old lender write you a letter or just the new one?
No, I have gotten nothing from them, but I can't reach them. That's my problem. I don't know how to reach the old people there. The old people were great. I never had any trouble whatsoever. And the new company, they can't send me the title. Well, they don't have the title because I have the title for it.
Now wait,
so
why do you have the title? Why do you have the title?
Well, this was an odd bike. They don't make a whole bunch of them, so I had real good the credit back then.
Yeah,
and so I just used my personal credit for it.
So it's not a motorcycle loan; it's a personal loan.
Can you do a pay by phone with them?
Motorcycle loan, but they used it for the personal. Is what they did.
Yeah,
I get it. It's basically a personal loan.
Right, and this new company had the VIN number, and they knew what the bike was, which is kind of rare because they don't make a whole bunch of those bikes there. They only make about 200 of them each year, and so they're super rare. So they knew it, but I can't prove that I should be sending them money there, and that's what I want to safeguard myself on there. So how do you check that out there? That's my question.
Gary, can you contact the dealership, the motorcycle dealership where you bought the bike from?
But it's a personal
and get them
That's
involved?
what I actually did, and then they gave me the phone number to the old company, which I've been trying to call.
I get it.
And they don't answer.
What's
I don't
the name
get
of the?
back from
What's the name of the original lender?
Thunder Road Financial.
Okay. And what's the name of the new one?
Commerce Credit Union in California.
You should be able to call them.
Okay, we're going to help you out. Because you're an old fart, you told me,
Fantastic.
right? How old did you say?
Let's go bike riding.
70.
Hi. How old did you say you are?
70.
You're 70? God.
70.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're a youngster. You're a youngster. I'm glad that you're riding
right.
around still. So listen, man, you hold on, and here's what we'll do. We will have Deputy Dollar make some phone calls, and I think it's reasonable to ask for proof that someone took over your note. For goodness sakes, what do they do in the mortgage business when that happens, John Clace? What do they do in the mortgage business?
So it actually happens quite often because you
Yeah.
sell the loans. So, but we always say people to verify. So I get calls all the time. But and so you do have to verify, and usually you can get in and verify. The nice thing is whenever your loan gets sold to somebody, like even in this case, they cannot mark you for late payment for 90 days. You're late until you verify.
Because of the transition.
Because transition and it gives you time.
I wouldn't make a payment until I'm sure, Gary. I think you're wise. You're wise to be wise. You're wise to wait. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, DenverRegen.com. Stem cell therapy. I had it done. They're great people. They handle stem cell therapy for backs, necks, shoulders, elbows, knees. Give them a call. First, go to the website, DenverRegen.com.
Hey.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape on the highways and byways. Really not much traffic on the roads at all. 270, some slight slowing east.
Yeah,
I-76
that's weird, though. He has the title, so it's a personal loan. He can't even verify
right
with
around
the title.
Spear. Just a bunch up, not a delay. Southbound Santa Fe, Mississippi continues to back up quite a bit through that construction zone. Other than that, we're looking at I-25 between downtown and the tech center at 10 minutes. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American
that
Stories.
one was pretty obvious.
On our next episode, we'll tell the tale of what happened.
Hang on.
Again, there's like 8 things that we could improve. Let it go.
Oh,
There you go,
come on.
man.
The next episode of Our American Stories.
If you're wondering what your house will sell for, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will be happy to do a market analysis free of charge with absolutely no obligation. Frank is a great guy. And what he'll do is look at the neighborhood, the house, comparables, supply and demand, interest rates, and he'll come up with what he knows he can sell it for, what you will net, even what you can afford to buy if you're looking to buy. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622. You know, I have my refrigerator's broken, so I can't. I don't have cream for coffee, but I can get you black coffee if you want. My refrigerator has been on the fritz now for 4 days because they have to order a part. So we basically lost everything. The freezer went first. That kitty likes you, man.
Tom, do you have Roma working on your refrigerator?
Yeah, he ordered a part. Roma fixed first what was a little motor, a little blower motor. He thought that would work, but then there was something deeper, so he went and ordered the part. It's a circuit board. Most people would have sold you a compressor, a whole compressor.
Sure.
He's really cool.
I'm surprised your unit went out because you don't use your refrigerator.
Right.
Except when we come over.
Well, it's about 12 years old.
There'll be no organic whipping cream for Dimitri tomorrow.
Right.
I just don't get the allure. I don't get the allure with you. She's over there with you. It's just, look, that's all. Look, she just no. Yeah, come over here. Come here, kitty.
Stephanie probably has.
Come here. Yeah, come here. There you go.
So, John, I have a question for you after the break about buying down the points.
Yeah,
we see it a lot, especially from builders. But
like how much of it's six and 3/8? What does
just
it cost?
push her right off.
So I just did a buy down from 6 3/8 to 5 5, just on a 1 year. And
I can actually.
It cost about 3,800. But if you want to buy it down permanently, it would be a little bit more expensive.
Well, let's talk about it on the air.
Okay.
Your dog?
I'll pull up a scenario so I know what it is.
Yeah, that way you have a little heads up.
Yep.
I don't blindside our guests.
Get kitty.
Like Dimitri?
Yes. I give them a heads up.
She's lonely because my daughter went away for the weekend, and I had to come over. and feed her and stuff. But my daughter's home now. But I think she was alone for a few days.
Being wishy-washy and nervous.
No, we'll go sometime.
I hope she is. I mean, she took this online course, and it was pretty intense. And now then they said, they walk her through the test.
Yeah.
And now she scheduled the test. I told her the worst that'll happen if you fail, you just at least you'll know what it looks like.
Train, yeah.
Model trains.
Really? Yeah.
So if she goes and she happens to the first time not to
Yeah, I told her that.
she goes, she'll be good. But then it will take her test anxiety. Like if she had
I know.
take that away from her.
I wonder if Sue's on the chat. I'm going to see Sue's. I'm going to ask her about this place in Monument.
Oh.
If rates go below 6, they would go crazy, right?
We were there for like 2 days.
The market would go nuts.
They just couldn't even get things locked. But yeah.
Started feeling some momentum and then everything back.
Yeah, it was down at 575 there for like 2 days. And then this happened on a Friday or Saturday, Trump stuff.
Well, 575.
And
Make it a preset now.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Let's talk about your problems, questions, and complaints. Reverse loans for purchasing. How does that work? We talked about reverse loans. A reverse loan, by the way, well, maybe we should just recap. A normal reverse loan would go in and pay off the first. You're not allowed to have it seconds. The reverse has to be in first position. So whatever you owe on the house, it pays. Then whatever money is left over, you can get a portion of it. So let's talk about it. Let's say a senior, 75 years old, owes $200,000 on their house, and it's worth about $600,000. So they have $400,000 in equity. So they get a certain percentage, the 200 plus whatever, and at 75, they would only be eligible for a certain percentage.
I mean, it could be about 43%.
Yeah. And the older you are, the higher it goes, but it never goes beyond 60%, does it?
These days, no.
No. So
Can't hear him.
okay, there he is now. Okay. So if you can get that percentage then, and you pay off the first and you have and you have a reverse on your home, you just leave it there. It becomes a line of credit, or you can take it in a lump sum, right?
You can take it many different ways: lump sum, monthly payment, combination.
Okay. So let's just say you got that credit available, line of credit. You don't pay any interest on it. It accrues against your house.
You're right. The interest gets charged, just like instead of making a mortgage
in the cases we've had seniors who called the show, they had some equity. They were able to get a loan for, let's say, $200,000 on top of what they paid. And so that's $200,000 sits there. They can just write checks when they need it, and they never have to pay it back.
Never have to pay it back. No. And it's non-recourse, so your heirs never have to pay it back either.
Right. The worst case scenario, would be your heirs or you walk away from the house.
Correct. Say it just for some reason.
Let's say it accumulated for years and years and years.
Yes.
And you had it loaned up 100%, of the loan amount.
Yeah.
Then you can just walk away if it ever was, if you ever owed more than the house was worth.
Correct.
But that very seldom happens.
Now with the new way, never happens. There's always some equity there left.
Okay, so you can have the loan as long as you need it. But when you leave the home, you must deal with it. You either sell the house or you refi or you pay it off, but you have to deal with it. Whether you go into a nursing home, you move away, you sell it, your heirs sell it after you pass.
And one of the nice things, they give you time. Like if you pass, they would give your heirs a good year, and you can get an extension if you want to sell that house.
Okay, so they don't come right in and force you to sell it.
Interest is still accumulating, but they give you time if you want to fix the house up, but they give you plenty of time to sell that house.
Now, what I don't understand is, how does a reverse work when it comes to purchasing?
Okay, so like, for example, like you just said, the house sold for $6,000, they owed $2,000, so they have $400,000 cash right now. Okay, and then let's say they want to go buy another $600,000 house.
Yeah. Do they have to put the whole thing down?
So no. So what they would have, so on that you'd get about $250 on the new loan, and then you'd have to pay the $350 difference.
Okay.
So most people
you put a chunk of money down, and the balance simply accrues.
Correct.
Instead of having a mortgage, you buy the house, but you don't make payments.
And most seniors are downsizing, so in a situation they could pay cash and owe very little on it. They could pay it off completely and have that line of credit grow while they're aging.
Right. So they can be in the house. The amount they can borrow goes up.
Yep.
And they have the money for a rainy day.
Correct.
And they have their new downsized home.
Yep.
And I think it's ideal. And you don't lose your home. You can never get kicked out of your home. These are some of the fallacies. And I want to know how you know you're getting a good deal or not, because that's regulated. More on that coming up.
Thank you.
Attention, Patreon.
Oh yeah, no, nothing. What is the root of the word fallacy?
There's a really cool reverse mortgage second product that's out now.
It's a second?
Yeah, it's really.
I didn't know you could do a second.
It's pretty new. We're one of the few companies that have it. Not too many have it, and it goes up to like 55% loan to value, and you can go down to age 55. But for somebody who has like a $100,000 left on their mortgage at 3%, they want to keep that, and it makes sense because they have debt, but they take the second, pay the debt off, and it works the same way. No payment due on it or anything, and it's fixed rate, $8.99. But it's really becoming a popular product right now with it. Yeah, it's good because a lot of people, Yeah, again, you have to have a loan, but if you like I did one just recently off of one of your guys' clients, they couldn't qualify for a reverse because they were right at like 40% loan to value, but the second we were able to go up to 55, and they got an extra $90,000 to pay off
when
all
we
their
went out,
debt,
you
and
ain't
now
have
they
to
just
send
have the
it.
mortgage, so it really worked well for them.
No, then I just take it home.
Yeah,
It's like I feel full.
Do you still drink? Do you drink a little? You drink? You drink a little, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
A little wine?
No, a little beer or something. Lemon drop martinis, yeah.
You want another batch of lemon drop martinis there, Scott?
I think I'm good for the moment.
Mine are wimpy.
Really?
I don't put a lot of vodka in. I'd like to drink for taste.
Yeah.
I drink for taste and enjoyment. I don't drink really to get drunk.
Yours were good.
Thanks. I'm trying to figure out a recipe for a pineapple one. I got a couple of recipes. I got to buy the ingredients and
That's not my like. I like pineapple.
Yeah, and I'm going to buy the pineapple that's in those little Bluebird cans, the fresh pineapple juice. I think I just got to get it perfected, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Sherry and I had one somewhere. That's what got me onto it. It was delicious. The damn drink was like $16.
Oh, wow.
It was more than a sandwich.
God, I'd love to do that. Steel art. Oh!
Steel art?
Oh, my God. That's the fun thing to steal. An art thief.
What would you do with all the art?
Well, I suppose hanging in the van, but I'd probably have to stop smoking cigars in there if I had a Ren law.
Nah.
You're serious?
Absolutely. Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? Talent worth knowing about. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or even mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know. Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
K-How News Time, 11:03.
TSA employees who've been working without getting paid may see that reversed beginning either today or tomorrow. President Trump ordering funds contained in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill be used to pay.
Hey, Shannon, I have a question. Shannon?
Oh, what's that?
Hey, is Dan McManus still around?
No.
Is he?
Oh, McManus. Right, isn't it?
He was a news director.
No, he wasn't.
He was program director here for us. What?
Wait, what?
What'd you need?
No, he wasn't. He
what
wasn't a
title would you
news
like
director.
to give him? He was a program director?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Is he still around?
Dan, yeah, he's
but
back
I have
east.
heard him.
He's back east.
So he's not still around. But, I mean, he's still alive. He fills in on Red Eye Radio early in the morning here on K-How occasionally.
Oh.
And I did once put his name, because he was kind of a Lilliputian there, a little fella, don't you know?
A little 3-footer?
I put his name over that short urinal in the men's room, said, for Dan Mandis only.
Oh, that's funny.
Dan, if you're listening, that was me, a little.
He was here a long time.
Yeah, he did a few years. Dan Mandis. That guy.
Mandis.
He wasn't entirely horrible, you know that?
He was just a short guy, huh?
Oh, yeah, little fellers got their place, too.
Little fellers. Oh, Chopper's your partner Chopper's complaining, Scott.
I just saw that.
I asked 4 questions in 60 seconds. Yes, I did. Chopper. That's how we learn things, by asking questions. Chopper. Don't want to sit idle and just stare at Scott all day. Chopper. Don't you have a train engine to run? Chopper.
You love Chopper.
No, I don't.
That was quick.
Well, he's hard to love.
Damn.
At least he's parking better these days, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah, he is.
He got a note from Brenda.
All this talk about the TSA has me wanting to check my PSA. Hope I don't have a problem in my pooper.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. Today we're talking real estate and mortgage loans and anything else on your mind you want to talk about. We got a lot in that category to talk about, but really we have John Clace with me from CMG Financial. We're talking about the all-in-one loan and reverse loans. I got a couple texts on that. We have Stephanie Thomas from the Pikes Peak area, the Colorado Springs area, doing real estate. And I found something very, very interesting when it comes to homes. By the way, did you know that they did a study, Realtor.com did a study of real estate values in and around neighborhood supermarkets and grocery stores? And they found that it actually does have a bearing. Now, that would be like, obviously any kind of benefit to the neighborhood, whether it be a store, a nice school, a park. I guess it should not surprise us, but there are certain stores that add more value nationwide than others. And one of the stores that adds the most value that they found was Trader Joe's.
Okay.
I don't know why, but anyway, when you have a Trader Joe's, it was a very positive trend in and around Trader Joe's. Now, that doesn't mean right next door. It just means the neighborhood that it serves, the market area. Sprouts was another very positive influence. Believe it or not, I'm trying to find, I don't see Whole Paycheck here, Whole Foods. I don't see it here for some reason, but the Sprouts, Trader Joe's, and Sam's Clubs all were very positive. Even Family Dollar negatively affected. Costco's negatively affected the
See,
neighborhood.
that's interesting because I shop with buyers who a lot of times get very excited about the Costco location.
Really,
Yeah.
really, really.
In Colorado Springs, Costco's are just busy, busy.
Target, the biggest detractor is Walmart.
Well, because it's kind of like big box stores, like TJ Maxx and all them are bad, but that doesn't surprise me about Costco, but surprises me about Sam's Club.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why Sam's Club would be a positive and Walmart would be a negative. That doesn't make sense to
Or
me.
Sam's Club would be a
Target's
positive.
the
and
negative.
It would be a negative, yeah.
Target's a negative. Dollar General's a negative. There's a store called Aldi. I don't know, but that's a nationwide store. Anyway.
That's a grocery store.
Yeah. So Sprouts, and I don't know why Whole Foods is not on here. That's weird. It's not on the survey. You would think that would be one of the first ones. Maybe there aren't that many of them to make a difference. I don't know. But in any case, I think I'd like having a Whole Foods around. Whole Foods is really, I don't know. I have mixed feelings. They have quality products, but they're certainly, to make it sound like they're more healthy, they're not any more healthy than any other supermarket. Organic is organic is organic, and they have as much sugar and crap as almost any store. They just package it a little differently. As far as selling homes, I did not realize this, but nationwide, for years and years, they have identified the hottest time of the year. Now, this is the country in general. I'm going to ask you, what is the hottest time of the year? If you had to pick a time of year, what month would it be?
I think early spring is a positive.
That's what this is saying.
Yeah.
This is saying
The
April.
spring and summer months definitely tend to be our busier months.
They actually have identified, consumeraffairs.com actually identified, looking back years and looking at weeks, they've identified April 12th through the 18th for some reason as being the optimal time to list a home, from April 12th to the 18th.
And I would believe that, especially in the Colorado Springs market, because, we have such a heavy military presence there. And a lot of times those PCS orders come out in March. At least that's some trending that I've, kind of seen, experienced, and had people tell me. So I think that as far as my specific market, I could see where, that time of month or year really drives for us.
Yeah.
But honestly, the spring summer market is typically when you see your most activity. Now, your fall and winter markets, although they aren't necessarily, as busy, the buyers that are out shopping in those times tend to be a more serious buyer.
Oh, yeah.
So
some
it's
of them can't.
Quality, but they not have like the excessive.
Or they might be moving into town. They don't have a choice.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or they might be leaving and they have to sell. So, by the way, they say fewer negotiations take place during those months, meaning that it's a stronger buyer's market, and listings attract more attention with views to the property about 16% more than the rest of the year. I can see that just because of the weather, right?
Yeah, when it's nicer, people tend to want to get out, open houses.
And they say the houses sell about. So less price cuts, stronger demand, meaning more views, and faster sales. They sell about 17% quicker. But that's an interesting set of statistics if you had to pick a week. Now, obviously, the best times of year is, they say, spring and summer, and you say that. And I think a lot of that has to do with kids being out of school, don't you, Stephanie? I mean,
I do. A lot of times people will move with the school district unless it's a work-based move, and they really don't have any control over that. But a lot of times people don't want to pull their kids out of school, so they will try and move during those time frames, or they'll start looking in the spring with the intention of making that move when the kids get out of school, the end of May or June. Or
now, John Place with mortgages. There is no mortgage season. I think the mortgage season is whenever rates go down.
It is.
Isn't that really? I mean,
yes.
I don't think you can pick a time of year, except obviously purchase money will go along with the market. But as far as refis, there's no.
It's really rate driven. I mean, it used to be, December, January, because once you get,
you can skip a payment or two.
Well, when you get Thanksgiving, people tend not to work as much, and the new year. But anymore, if rates are there, they're going to do it.
And rates right now, what are they right now about?
Right about 6.375.
And you're saying the 6% is a psychological barrier sometimes?
Yes.
Well, for some.
Yeah, if you can drop below 6, it spurs a lot of refinancing stuff.
And again, if they did an all-in-one loan, it will go down with the market, right? I mean, it goes down with it's an adjustable rate.
Yeah, one of the things people don't realize is when you refinance every 3 to 5 years, there's a cost to that.
Of course, not just in the actual cost, but it starts the
amortization over, everything over. With the all-in-one loan, one of the greatest things about it is I tell people it's the last loan you ever need because it goes with the market. It goes up and down. The only time you'd refinance an all-in-one loan is if your house went up a lot in value and you wanted to access more equity. But other than that, you really can save. I mean, people spend $3,500, $5,000 on refinancing. And if you keep doing that, it starts to cycle back over the interest cycle and it's expensive.
Now, Stephanie, are you getting people mainly selling to leave the state, or are they moving in or lateral, or what? What are they doing?
I get a pretty good mix. I've got some people who, are just looking for different houses, etc. But I have experienced quite a few people that have left the state. And like we were talking about earlier, Colorado's seen a little bit of that, a little.
No, right now for the first time, if you can go by U-Hauls and movers and those stats, more people are moving out of Colorado than into Colorado. And again, look, people get pissed off when I talk about this, but I'm not making it up. People are moving out of liberal states and they're moving into conservative states. Now, I don't know what that tells you. I don't know what it tells you, but it's true. It's a true story. Okay. People are moving away from California, Colorado, New York, Minneapolis, or not Minnesota. And they're moving to states that are conservative, Texas, Arkansas, Florida, the like. Again, I don't know if it's for politics, if it's for the economy, and maybe somebody can tell me without getting all pissed off, because whenever I bring anything up that has anything to do with this, even if the stats are real, they get pissed off at me because I'm talking about it. So why do you think, I don't know. Why do you think I think taxes tend to be higher in liberal states because of more social programs? I mean, I'm talking facts and figures. I'm not talking about ideology. I'm not talking about what should be or what shouldn't be. But I think that with more social programs and more sanctuary type status, you have, I think, more taxes, more expenses, and maybe some of the inner cities have been deteriorating. Let's face it. I mean, look at New York, look at LA, and then look at Dallas. I mean, there's a giant difference. Or even Tampa and Miami, how beautiful they are. In any case, that's what's happening, but I'm not sure if that's reflected in real estate. Again, there are people who are selling for whatever number of reasons they have. Do a lot of people start downsizing at what age? About what age are you getting sellers who say they want to downsize but stay in the area?
I see some of that. I think when the kids graduate and they move on, move out of the house and start doing their own lives, and they don't necessarily, want so many bedrooms or, all the square footage. Cause like, I think you hit it right on the head when you were talking about taxes going up and insurance is going up.
I know it.
And
it's outrageous.
In my area, even just with my personal insurance renewal that I got this week, I swear my head probably started spinning when I saw my insurance renewal. So I do think those costs and fees are really escalating. So, as people don't need the large homes,
right,
et cetera, I do think that I see some of the downsizing in that way. But I've also had my fair share, over the last couple of years of people leaving Colorado, going to those conservative states, like you said. And a lot of times they talk about less costs.
Okay, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK. By the way, speaking of homes, waterpros.net can do an entire whole house system for pennies on the dollar compared. I'm telling you, you can't compare it to plumbers. Plumbers are thousands of dollars. For $46.95, a whole house water softener, reverse osmosis, all together, everything, the entire house, $46.95. Whatever system you want, they'll beat any price out there. 303-862-5554, waterpros.net.
Yep.
Tired of biased news and woke TV? Stream Truth Plus from Trump Media. Free non-woke news with 7-day catch-up DVR. Upgrade to the Patriot package featuring Newsmax and Great American Family. Go to truthplus.tv or download the Truth Plus app today. Make TV great again.
Gravina's has the greatest selection of windows. Why do I say that? Because you're bound to find one when they have 50 lines of windows. You're bound to find one that you're going to want for your house, your rental, your fix and flip, your dream home, whatever it is. You can depend on Gravina's. They also have multiple lines of siding and doors. They have selection. They have heritage. And they've been around more than 65 years. Gravinas.com, 303 Gravina, 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina.
Yep.
Okay.
Stephanie, can I ask you a trivia question?
He has a trivia question.
Okay, I'm on.
Is it kind of easy for you to search your information there? I'm looking for something, I'm kind of not kidding, in the area of North Academy Boulevard and Austin Bluffs.
Okay. What are you looking for there?
A place to live.
Gotcha. I can search in a radius of that.
He wants to go down in the Springs?
Are you leaving
If
this?
I were to do anything, ever, with my life, it would be possibly at or near that intersection.
Okay.
Really?
Is there any reason you like that particular area?
That's so weird.
Because they can keep abandoned vans there.
No, it's because it's the closest Wiener Schnitzel.
I kind of feel like we've talked about that before because I had that in the back of my mind.
Okay, well, I always got a wiener on my mind, and so I'm kind of not kidding about it because every time I've gone down there and looked around, I'm like, oh my God, it's a dream neighborhood for me with all the crap food and cheap shopping.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I wonder where the closest place to actually live near here is. Hey, I bet Stephanie would know.
Yeah, so I actually have a friend of mine who's got a townhome listed, I think, right behind Wiener Schnitzel. It really depends on what you're looking for, yeah.
I'm going to start weeping openly, you know that?
Well, tell me what you're looking for and I'll shoot it over to you.
For just $99. Hey.
Well, yeah, because I got an ass load of money, but nothing right now.
I bet you do.
It's true. I could get a place pretty quick.
Yeah, you've been living in a van for 15 years. I bet you have quite a nest.
Hey, it's a good savings.
All right, 10 years.
It's been awesome. My disposable income is ridiculous, and no, I've been in the van since 2018. That's long enough.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking of celebrating 10 years by getting a house.
Well, I was going to say, why don't you do this? Text me your email address and I'll shoot you some properties and tell me what you're looking for.
Very kind. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Send me your email address too, Shannon. I'll send you some stuff.
Well, you really want to? Are you my buyer's agent on this?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I only charge you 0.5%.
I'll give you half a hot dog when we get down there.
Yeah, already been chewed on. I think I did send you an
I get
email.
text every Tuesday. Tomorrow's Wiener Wednesday. I'm like, God, I can't drive down. But if I could live down there and I could get a job down there. Thank you. So sweet. Golly, a townhouse behind Wiener Schnitzel. That's possibly the greatest sentence I've ever heard.
Why don't you buy it?
My friend has a townhouse behind Wiener Schnitzel.
Seriously, you have my cell phone, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, send me your information. I'll shoot it over to you.
Yay.
Shannon wants to move down to Colorado Springs, Scott.
Wow.
So you can be close to a damn hot dog stand. Just go to Home Depot if you need a hot dog.
They don't sell them at my Home Depot anymore.
They do at the one in Bear Valley by our high school.
Right.
They're really good.
Yeah.
Green chili, some tacos. I take my kids down there for lunch once in a while. Go and buy some trash bags, a couple light bulbs, get the kids lunch.
So this Ace Hardware over on Holly, South Holly.
Yeah.
And they have this gal that did hot dogs stuff. I mean, she was there for years and years. And it's just wonderful. I'd go to the hardware store just to go get some lunch.
It's on Holly Street?
Yeah, just past, between Dry Creek and County Line.
Oh. He'd go there just to have a hot dog.
Yeah.
Buy a screwdriver.
There's always something I need at the hardware store.
Yeah.
We've got a warm one ahead for your Monday. Temperatures in the low 80s with partly sunny skies and some high fire danger as the wind and clouds are happening. I'm Fox 30 with weather from meteorologist Kevin.
This work is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
App that's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so I want to know about condos and townhomes. They are hitting the skids here in the Denver area. A lot of people, they're getting word about the problems, okay? A lot of them are getting to the age where you're going to have assessments for normal, windows and siding and parking lots and swimming pools and clubhouses. And a lot of people haven't been collecting enough HOA dues, so they're going to have assessments not covered by insurance. And even when insurance does cover assessments, it's often not the whole assessment. Assessments are cash payments they require of the homeowners. And a lot of condo and townhome people in the Denver area have been stung big time, and they don't want to own where there's going to be this deferred maintenance coming due. And they don't want to be there because, again, it's a big chunk of money. People buy these, they buy condos and townhomes originally to have a more economic place to live. But if you literally take into consideration what I call the amortized costs, the costs that you will spend over time, and you average it out, it's not much cheaper than a home. It really isn't much cheaper than a home in some regards, possibly, but you're paying your dues and you're paying capital assessments sometimes, which are lump sum payments, and you could end up paying a lot of money. Stephanie, how are townhomes and condos selling in the Springs area?
I'm also seeing that market move more slowly, even with my personal listings. 2-bedroom units definitely seem to be moving even slower than your 3-bedroom unit. A lot of times people look for that 3-bedroom plus kind of listing, even in a townhome or a condo. Where I find that condos and townhomes are more beneficial is in that day-to-day kind of maintenance of the property and somebody who's looking for maybe less of that. I do think it's very important to plan for those long-term costs and fees that you're talking about, because those are very real possibilities. And you're right, that loss assessment rider on your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover everything. It helps with some things, but not everything.
No.
So,
First of all, the way the loss assessment coverage works is it works this way. If there is an insurance loss, it must be an insurance loss.
a covered item.
That's number one. Number two, they must have underlying insurance. So if your condo development, let's say, many of them are not insuring for roofs because they can't afford it. And if they have to divide that up amongst 100 people, your loss assessment coverage will not cover you unless there is an underlying policy. So they will not step in and be primary coverage. So you have to have, first, you have to have underlying coverage. And second, it must be a loss that would normally be covered. Third, they have limits. Many times it's up to $25,000 and that's it. So you would have to end up paying more. In some cases, we've seen assessments $30,000 and $35,000. And that's a lot of money. Now, a lot of people are confused because they get an assessment They have lost assessment coverage, and they think it's going to be covered when it's painting. It's not going to be covered. Windows not going to be covered. Pool maintenance, parking lot paving, all of this. This is going to be on each and every homeowner, and they have to know. So when you go to buy a townhome or a condo, you have to do more than inspect your unit.
Yeah.
You have to inspect the project. You have to inspect the entire development, because all of those deferred maintenance items will eventually be on your plate, your portion of them. And if your homeowner's dues, when people brag about their homeowner's dues being low, well, that's fine and good, but they're not going to have any big coffers to dip into if they have a big expense. They're going to have to assess the owners. They're called capital assessments. So be very, very careful. When you're buying in a townhome or condo community, you have to look around at the entire project. Will it need a parking lot? What's the clubhouse if they have one? What about the siding or painting or windows or doors? What about the roof? Because not all roofing is covered by insurance. Sometimes you just have to replace the roof. What if it's brick? And what if it needs to be tuck pointed? Or what if the trim needs to be redone? Painting a condo building or townhomes can be very, very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it perfectly with the roof. I'll give you an example. And I've seen this firsthand with small townhome or condo communities.
Yeah.
Because when you have a large cost like that, there's less people to divide it up. And I had a client years ago, the roof had honestly just aged out.
Right.
Now, that's something we knew about. So we were, aware. But when it came down to it, my clients ended up paying, I believe it was $47,000 each for their portion. Now, mind you, these were tile roofs, so definitely more expensive, but that was not an insurance item. They just aged out. So it was something that all the homeowners had to come together and, cover those costs.
And by the way, speaking of covering the costs, I mean, again, these are things that are not covered by insurance. That's what I have to stress.
Yeah.
So again, you should have the entire development inspected if you're going to buy into those communities. Also, examine the books. If you're looking to buy, they should let you examine the books. Now, what I mean by that is you should know what is in the coffers. Do they have surplus, and how much? If they're just getting by every single month, any extra expense at all is going to end up with an assessment. In fact, I'm shocked mortgage lenders are not more hip to this, because if you loan on a condo or a townhome and that person can't come up with an assessment, that collateral could be in danger. John, when you go for a condo or townhome, do you guys look at the project itself or just the unit?
Well, it's gotten a lot more stricter lately with the what's in the coffers. So it used to be
So they look at the HOAs.
A lot of them used to run at like 5%, and that's we won't even qualify a condo now on that, or Fannie Mae won't.
Okay, so you want to see a surplus at the end of the year.
Correct, surplus end of the year. I would think they would have to. Somebody also would have to look at, like, when did they do the last roof, changeover or something like that.
You're right. You look at the roof, and I keep talking about this parking lot. Repaving has to be done. That'll never be covered by insurance, and it will always have to be done. There's no such thing as forever paving.
Right. Well, and you mentioning to look at the books. So that's something that we do with our real estate contract. Now, clearly I'm not qualified to, look at someone's financials, but I call and I ask questions.
Right.
So I'll ask, when I'm working with my buyer or even my seller, just so we know what's going on. But hey, do you have any pending special assessments? And you'll be surprised what people will tell you when you actually call and ask a few questions.
Right.
So, in doing my due diligence, I was working with a buyer, a couple months ago, and one of the communities I called said, we don't have any current special assessments, but our reserves are really low. And
See, that's good to know.
That's good to know. Assessment.
Absolutely.
So it was one of those things where, of course, I went and shared with my buyer, hey, I talked to the
be careful,
prosecutor.
right?
This is what they told me. So this is something we really need to look at. And ultimately, my buyer passed.
We have a whole condo department now that looks at the financials.
Good, they have to.
Yeah.
Kristen, you have a question on switching gears here, gold and silver. Hi, Kristen, what's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Hi.
I have a question for you. Hi there. So the question is, I have jewelry from my parents, and there is, I don't know, questions that I have done some research on some of these companies that come into town for 5 days. And
Yeah, you don't want those. You don't want
those.
those. You don't want those estate jewelry places. They come in, they rent a hotel room. You do not want those. Let me ask you something. How much jewelry are we talking about?
There's all in all, I'd say there's probably about 35 different pieces.
35 pieces. Okay. What would be the collective weight of that gold or silver? Do you know?
Oh goodness, no, I don't.
Okay. And what about jewelry itself? Is it estate jewelry where it has a retro look? Is it classic? Or the jewelry itself, would it have a value as jewelry?
I would say, the way that I would put it is vintage.
Right. Okay. And a lot of people like vintage jewelry. Any legitimate jewelry store, not these chains like in the malls and stuff, but these private jewelry stores will buy vintage jewelry and estate jewelry. Any one of them will. Now, you're not going to get what you think. I mean, it's going to be, they try to steal it from you. I'm just going to tell it like it is. But you go to the one that's going to steal the least. That's what you have to do. And you can sell it for the straight weight as well, but not if it's vintage. That would be a waste if all you did was go by weight. But there is no easy way around it. Yes, Bo?
What do you think about referring Kristen to David Ellis?
Well,
doesn't he buy jewelry?
David Ellis will look to steal it, and every. I'm not saying that as an insult. I am telling you that that's the business. Every single place will look to pay the least they can for the most they can get. But that's where shopping around comes in. David Ellis is honest. He's forthright. He'll tell you straight up, look, I'll give you this, and that's it. And you may be unhappy. A lot of people call, they're happy. A lot of people call and they're not happy. The best tool you would have, Kristen, there's no easy way around it. There's no one person I can point you to that will give you the best price. You can even look at Rocky Mountain Coin. He's been around forever, and he buys based mostly on weight. I don't think he buys estate jewelry, Klaus. But if you talk to Klaus down at Rocky Mountain Coin, I'll bet you he'll have a reference or two. But what you want to do, Kristen, is shop. You shop the pieces. Don't ever send them away, ever, to these places on the internet. And these guys that set up, listen, there's nothing wrong with going to them if they set up a room and you want to get a bid. Nothing wrong with that. But definitely compare it to local people. Usually you're going to get a better deal locally.
There's a couple places in Erie, Colorado that I guess their reviews come up pretty good.
Really? What about estate jewelry?
Well, I don't know. We were just saying, looking online at this point, but looking at the reviews, it looked like there's two of them, like I said, in Erie that seem to come up with with good reviews.
What were you searching for when you searched for them? What were you searching for?
I think it was just a matter of, companies that buy gold jewelry.
Okay. Well, listen. As I said, you're going to have to hoof it up there and drive up there to see, because you don't want to send it out. You don't want to send it by FedEx or anything. You want to do it by in person.
Right.
So yeah, check them out. Listen,
Correct.
you're never going to go wrong as long as they pay up front. You're not going to leave it on loan. You're not going to do any kind of consignment. Oh, I just wouldn't. I would go and do exactly what you're doing. You call, you look at their ratings, you look at their reviews, you give them a call. I got to take this break. I'm sorry. I'm way behind. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Yep.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Ryan Schuling, mornings at 6. Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape out here. We're not dealing with any major difficulties at all. Pena is running heavy out of the airport from Tower back to I-70. 270 east, heading through York has been a little slow. We had some construction work through that stretch also. Southbound Santa Fe at Mississippi, still seeing backups there with the road work that's been going on for the last couple of months. I-25 still wide open for us across the city. 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of the man many consider to be America's pastor, Billy Graham. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, Excel Roofing is now introducing Home Services, the quality roofing company where you don't pay a cent until you're content, with thousands of great reviews and thousands of satisfied customers. They're expanding. Of course, they do gutters and gutter cleaning starting at just $99. Attic ventilation experts, plus windows, siding, doors, and painting. What a great idea. A company we've known and trusted for 30 years, you can trust now with windows, siding, doors, and painting, along with your roofing and roofing repairs. 303-761-6400. Excel, E-X-C-E-L as in excellent, excelroofing.com.
You?
Beer float.
Oh my gosh, Stephanie.
That sounds disgusting.
That is a dream situation.
Like how he spelled liquor.
Oh.
Maybe he wants me to lick it.
Yeah.
Oh, liquor.
Hey. Liquor.
What? Liquor. Well, I hardly know her.
Okay, so
Root beer float with liquor in it. L-I-C-K-E-R.
I think it is an actual dream come true, period. But I'm still tied to Denver for one more year because of commitment to University of Colorado football and basketball.
Yeah.
If you heard me saying that, Stephanie, I just sent you a text with those words, but God dang it. Stephanie, that thing is freaking awesome, and I almost have that much in savings, but I...
Plug it in laptop.
Oh, she's not listening.
Yeah, and there's one
Shannon,
up
you
there,
should
too.
drive down tomorrow and look at it.
That might be too far away.
Either way.
It's right behind the hot dog place. He's got to buy it. Shannon?
So, Stephanie, if you can hear me, can you?
Stephanie, he's talking to you.
Oh.
Well, I thought I'd be on the speaker. Am I on the speaker down there?
I can hear
Okay,
you.
you are now.
All right. Well, no, just wanted to thank you for that. It was...
Absolutely.
I unfortunately am still about a year away from being able to leave Satan's taint. I mean, Denver.
Oh, come on. Denver's a great place to live.
But God, I would love it down there. Satan's taint. But God, oh, Stephanie, God bless you. That is
That would be
That's the
perfect
sort of
for
thing
you.
I should buy.
And where is it?
I know that.
Literally,
Oh,
like 2 seconds from Wiener
It's
Schnitzel.
300 yards. It's
Yeah, he could walk
300
to it.
yards.
Which is
Colorado
Springs.
Yeah, Colorado Springs.
Yep.
The townhome
It
that's
is
at that academy
literally-
in Austin Bluffs, like he mentioned. Wiener Schnitzel's right
It's
there.
down
The
the end of
townhome
an
is
alley.
right there.
It's at the end of the alley.
Yep, it's
Like,
the end of
you
an
could
alley
walk there
from
all
the-
day, every day.
Oh, every day. Every freaking day.
Yep.
He has to
I'd be
drive
one of
to
those
Denver.
stories where I wouldn't show up one day and they'd send somebody over, and
And
then
they'd find
they'd
you at
feed
Wiener
me in the
Schnitzel?
hospital. Well, no, they did just, oh my God, Mr. Scott, where is he? And they'd come over and I'm falling and I couldn't get up.
Oh, right.
So what is the
Hopefully
top
wearing-
deal at Wiener Schnitzel? The chili dog or what?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, because they do like 7 for $4 or some crap
7
once in a
hot
while.
dogs for
And they, so, will this be to go? And I go, no. I'm going to stay here and eat it in front of you. I want you to know.
Yeah, there's quite
No,
a bit
it's
of
just
stuff
nice.
right in that area.
It's packed with crap. If you like crap.
Yep.
You can't swing a dead cat without hitting fast food down there. And there's good grocery stores. And
Okay,
and
let's
what a
name this place
view.
the Goat.
You look right out Academy and it's Pikes Peak.
That's a strange name for
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So many areas in the Springs, and even as you start to get a little bit out east, the views are just incredible.
Oh, well,
I like
you understand why What's-Her-Name wrote that song about the place, right?
Broadmoor area.
Broadmoor's beautiful, too.
Is that south?
Shannon, you
Yeah,
should
Broadmoor
buy
south.
it.
Mountains
Kinda south and west.
majesty above the fruited
Some of those homes are
plain.
beautiful.
I mean, that's all written there.
They really are. Yeah, no, the views are incredible.
Is that the best area in the Springs?
Oh.
No.
I'd say that's probably one of the most known areas in the Springs for like luxury, for sure. There are a few other little hidden nooks that have some really
Kissing
beautiful
Camels
properties. Kissing Camels is really nice. Peregrine is really nice.
Kissing Camels.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a really nice golf course.
What is that?
community and
It's a
stuff.
gated area in Colorado
Golf course.
Springs.
Kissing Camels?
Yeah, kind of on the west side there, a little more central than like Broadmoor. But Kissing Camels, I think one of the big mountains, I guess, in Garden of the Gods is called Kissing Camels. And Garden of the Gods isn't very far from there. So I think that's
Kissing
part of it.
Camels.
Yeah,
What
when
about
you
kissing
look
German shepherds.
Yeah, when you look
What's
at the
that?
two big rock formations together.
Oh, Stephanie's explaining it to us.
Yeah, but I think that's where Kissing Camels comes from. But that's a pretty popular area in the Springs.
It's like the valley called Camel Toe.
Stop. You're up.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome. Let's talk. 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. Philip, what's on your mind today, Philip? Welcome to the show.
Hi, this is Philip.
Gotcha, Philip. Go ahead.
Okay, so I got this email from Einstein Bagel, and they said, we're opening a new bagel shop on South University Boulevard. If you come there on Saturday morning, the first 50 people will get a bagel and cream cheese certificate for 1 year, a bagel every week. So I went and did it, stupidly got up, froze my butt off. But then they won't respond. They won't give me the certificate. They won't give me the credit. I've been to the bagel shop maybe 5 or 6 times. Now that they won't even take my call.
Wait a minute. They offered, they said if all you had to do was show up.
Yes, and I have their certificate, and I showed up. And they won't give you the credit. They won't give you the bagel. This was almost
Wait a minute. Come on. That's rinky dink. Are you kidding me?
I promise you.
Okay, here's
No,
what
I'm
I
not
don't
kidding you, I
understand.
promise.
Here's what I don't understand. Do you have it right now, the offer that came through the mail? Do you have it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, not through the email? No, they gave that to me when I showed up on Saturday morning at 5 o'clock. I have it right here.
Okay, and
And
what
it
is
says-
it? What does it say?
says-
Go ahead.
There's free bagel and cream cheese for 1 year. One per week for 1 year.
What are you kidding?
And
All
then
and
can
all
scan
you
it.
had to do. Wait a minute. And all you had to do was show up for the grand opening.
Yeah. No, I'm retired, so it's just, what are you doing at 5 o'clock on Saturday morning? Go get some free bagels.
Well,
But then they lied to me.
did it
But
have
they
to
lied
be?
me 2
Did it
other
have to
times,
be 5 in the morning? I mean, what time did they say you had to show up to
Yes.
get it?
No, well, they said they opened at 5. They opened at 5, but you had to show up. And the first 50 people they gave this card to.
Okay, the
which I
first
still
50.
have.
And you were one of the first 50?
Right.
Well, what excuse do they give for not coming through?
They keep saying, "Oh, we have a turnover in employees," and I've been
that's
to the
a
bagel
bunch
shop
of crap.
5 or 6 times.
Come on. I mean,
It is. I know.
You,
No, I'm not.
You were one.
I'm
You
not-
were
I'm not-
definitely.
I'm not-
Now,
I'm not
did you
making
get
this up.
anything to prove? If we call them right now, for example, do you have anything to prove, Philip, that you were one of the first 50?
Well, they gave you this card that said,
Did they
"This
validate
is what
it?
you get."
I know you got that card through the mail, but do you have anything to prove you were there?
No. I got an email. And it said, "Come there Saturday morning. The first 50 people get free bagel and cream cheese." I got there. I was like number 6 as far as the people there. They gave me the card, and then they won't give me the bagels.
Wait, even the first time you went there, they didn't give you the bagel?
2 times. Okay, there's 3 different incidents. This is about just a scam.
Philip, I understand, but you're not answering my question. Just help me out here. Just really simple answers. The first time you got the email and you showed up, did you get a bagel?
No, they didn't give you a bagel that day. They said, we'll put your name in and we'll credit your account. You had to be online showing that you had an Einstein Bagel account. And so they asked you your name and all this information.
Yeah.
They said, "Don't worry, in a week we're going to send you an email and give you a bagel." But they're just lying. They're just scamming you.
Okay,
Philip,
but what
did you
about
talk to the
what about
manager?
the showing up? What about the showing up? When did you have to show up? You said that you had to open an account online, but what about the part about being the first 50 people? When did that come?
I have the original email. I could read it to you. It'd take me a second to find it.
And
but
it said you had to be among the first 50 people to go to the store?
Yes.
And you went
Yes.
to the store and they gave you a card when you got to the store?
Yes. Yes.
And does
What
the
does the
card
card
say
say?
does the card say this entitles you to a free bagel every week?
It does. There's a scan on the card, and if you scan that, it gives all the rules of what it entails.
All right. We need to call
very
them.
I'll call over there.
Well,
I'm going
let's
to call over there, Tom.
Bo, did you say it's in Colorado Springs? Hold on. We got to take this break. Hold on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we're still in pretty good shape out here. We're not dealing with any major difficulties at all. Pena is running heavy out of the airport
That's
from Tower back to
incredible.
I-70. 270 east, heading through York has
That's
been a little
too
slow.
incredible.
Some construction work through that stretch also. Southbound Santa Fe at Mississippi,
Why
still
would they
seeing
be
backups
such
there with the
cheapskates?
road work that's been going on for the last couple of months. I-25 still wide open for us across the city. 10 minutes between downtown and the tech center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com.
But every week he
I
gets
started
one.
Blindster in my garage over 15 years ago to make custom blinds easy and affordable for everyone.
did he?
You measure, you install, and you save big
I don't
on
know why I was
custom
thinking
blinds.
spring.
Plus,
Here you go.
we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com.
You were talking about Reener. Hey, let's talk about Vestera Turnkey, where you become a landlord with the help of Vestera. They hold your hand through the whole process, buying the property, managing the property, renting the property, maybe some repairs and maintenance if you ever need it. And then you sell the property for profit. They've been showing returns of 30, 40, 50% in a 3-year period. You become the landlord with Vestera's help. MyBiggestReturn.com. Find out more on that website, MyBiggestReturn.com.
Thank you.
Can you control the length of it or no?
Of his spot?
Or his show, like the whole 4 hours?
No. He should do 2 and have somebody else do the other 2 or repeat or. Like I say, just wash the inside curve. And Stephanie, thanks for even entertaining me with that. But you were very kind to give me that info.
Oh,
You'll
absolutely.
notice in the photo there was an actual glint in my eye while I'm wearing the I Love Wieners hat.
Yes. I think that's fabulous.
It's a silly little thing. I mean, who doesn't? There's people do like little family restaurants or a little greasy spoon.
Well,
And
when
it's
I
just
used to be
weird
able
enough.
to eat gluten, I had my own little guilty
No.
pleasure fast food stuff too. So
Oh yeah.
I think, knowing that it's terrible for you, but you still just love it because it's just one of those things.
Well, then the upside would be if I could walk there. Hey, there's half the battle.
Yep. Oh my gosh. And that townhome literally is right there.
I could, and see, just as I would go down there and hit the place, I just think to myself, I wonder if there's anything nearby without having to drive in circles to look for stuff. But just golly, so thank you again.
You're welcome.
You're very sweet to indulge.
Oh,
You've
absolutely.
indulged me.
Gave you something to think about.
Oh wow!
Oh, it was blazing hot the other day too. We have all this electronics running around.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, no kidding. Of what? Me and the wiener hat or the townhome?
What's that?
Bo wants to see my wiener hat.
Oh,
Wiener hat, wiener hat.
that was a great picture.
Well, yeah. Why? What?
I'll put it on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. Okay. Thought you.
Now, did you go down there and get the
You don't
hat?
want to post it on some adult site, right?
Yeah, I love it. You get all kinds of.
That's fabulous.
Yeah. You are correct.
All right, awesome. That's fine. It's not that hot. Shannon's in shorts and a shirt. I'm in the
Take it
tank.
easy.
This is part of my
I'm
weight.
gonna lose 5 pounds in here.
Who was it? Martin Lawrence that was wearing that fat suit and he was running. Remember the sweatsuit?
Yeah.
He almost died. That's kind of how I feel. I'm in here losing weight.
Yeah, losing weight and your shorts. You gotta take your shirt off.
Maybe later. Not much later.
All right. You leaving here early? Oh. We're not at top of the hour, right, Shannon?
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're up. Mocha Master. It's a good one. No, I have a separate.
Tom, if your daughter ever wants to sit and talk about real estate.
Oh, good. That would be
Pour
great.
over. It's a super fancy pour over.
Oh man,
I could give her some amazing tips on getting herself started and what to
It's
do.
just hot water.
How long ago did you get your license?
A little over 15 years.
Oh.
But it's
It's been a long time
ridiculously
now, but yeah.
expensive.
Do a home study?
A home study? I did. Yeah.
But I
did
mostly got that to-
an online program.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
It's a store. You know that. Yeah. Basically, do you know the peppercorn in Boulder?
I've heard of it.
It's like a really nice Williams Sonoma, like nicer than Williams Sonoma. And then there's one in Fort
You know,
Collins
I
called
think
The
these
Cupboard. Been
people
there with
just
the
sit
cupboard-
around
with the cupboard
and
with the
figure,
daughter
how can we fuck with people? And let's make a law. I mean,
Some,
like,
yeah. It's
like
like
just things like,
wonky.
just like they have to come up with laws.
For
They're
me,
in
not
session.
for you, for me.
They come up with law after law after law after law.
Here we go.
This one. Hi, Tom Martino here. We're running out of time. Philip, we're going to call. Did you call yet, Bo? You're going to call over there, right? We're going to figure out what's going on.
Hey, Tom, I got the email from him. It says, Philip, you're a winner. Congratulations. You were one of 50 guests in line at our new bakery opening event. I can send it to you if you give me an email address.
No, keep going. What else does it say?
Okay. Your reward will automatically be added to your rewards account each Sunday night starting this week. The reward is valid to the following Sunday, but make sure you use it within a week or it will expire. Redeem in bakery, online, or in the app. Your weekly free bagel and smear reward will be issued through March 14th, 2027. Enjoy. Terms and conditions apply, and you can scan it to get
Okay.
the terms and conditions.
All right. We wanna call them. You hang on, because I think it sounds to me like they're just. Why wouldn't they honor that? My God. It's only 50 people, the first 50, and if these 50 people come in every week for a bagel and a schmear, they're going to get coffee, or they might get something else, or they might come in with someone else. I mean, give me a break. Einstein Bagel, we'll figure it out. We'll call over to that store and figure it out. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
If you wear glasses or contacts, but now...
Thank you.
All right, now you're on speaker, so you can talk your heart's content.
Wow, thank you for finally getting around to the stuff we need. Jackass.
Hey.
Josh, go get some coffee.
Be nice to me.
Isn't your doorbell ringing? You know what? Oh, my God, here comes Dragon and the ringing doorbell.
Oh, I know. Do you think he'd come up with something new, for God's sakes?
Stick with the classics. What do we do with you?
Oh, let's see if Shannon sent that picture.
Come on, Shannon. Wiener Schnitzel.
I know, grab a wiener.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, how about that really old 70-year-old caller we had earlier?
Yeah, that son of a bitch. He's so old he shouldn't even be around. I don't understand these old farts.
That's great.
Uh-oh, I better go get my door. Maybe there's another pizza box on the ground. So I ordered pizza, right, from Anthony.
It's fine.
Last time I'll ever order from that.
And I starved that day when that pizza didn't show up. I drove all around the neighborhood.
Did you?
DoorDash or whatever.
Down around the cul-de-sac, and I said, "Wait a minute, Bo, you dummy, just go to the barbecue."
2000 South University.
If anyone's been by with a pizza, because they have to
Yeah.
not sign in, but kind of check in.
Right.
They never even went to the neighborhood.
That's 300 yards. That's a long
Right.
You're looking at, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I never thought. I was so pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so where could it be? In your backyard.
You having a Slim Jim, Scott?
I am.
God, I can smell it all the way over here.
Oh, wow.
It smells good.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'll get that second too. And I think we're gonna bring you back on the show.
You guys
Greg, I'm just
seen
getting
BBC?
this just in case.
Like some,
Nothing down.
somewhat, but we were this last week.
Yeah.
So, Adam, if you can hear me, I'm going to call this Philip guy here.
Gas, oil. Yeah, this Iran stuff.
I read something that showed, I think it was over 11% drop in mortgage applications.
Yeah.
That sounded good.
It does. But the week before,
well,
it was way up because
Yeah, things started moving in the right direction.
and then right now nobody really knows.
We're gonna need
what's-
access 1
where
and
it's
4 on Wednesday.
Right. Yeah. Well, I have some amazing listings down south if you've got anyone to come out
What
with.
is that one?
It's not as bad as Friday.
I've got some really cool ones.
Okay, got it. I got the number for that.
So,
I get your
I
number.
have a beautiful one up in a divide.
Yeah.
Actually, it's on just under 40 acres. It's at 38 and change.
Try not to
it has a stream. It has views.
You ever want to send me stuff like put on our Instagram?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll shoot them to you. Look at this. I'll show you this. The views on this are like ridiculous. This particular one, and then I have like an amazing Woodland Park one that's BA assumable.
Well, currently, yeah.
Oh,
But
wait.
You ever been to Wiener Schnitzel, Scott?
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I haven't been there in like 30 years. And you're right, there is one. There was one on Alameda. I don't know if it was.
Yes.
Yeah, listed at 469.9. No,
It was
it's
like
about 432,
where
so
that
it's
old
reasonable.
Army surplus.
Yeah, and it's at a 3.5, so it is a
it was like
reasonable.
Tejon,
and then you've got,
We're gonna keep you on the line for
you know,
this. All
your
right, we're gonna try and
payment is
contact
just
Over by that organ grinder.
and
remember
that's
the old organ
PITI.
grinder
So of
pizza
course,
place?
fire would have to get their own insurance, you know, which could fluctuate. Yeah, it's a reasonable gap. Yeah.
Now there's one on
And,
Broadway.
VA
I have the number Bo and Doc or Bo and Dollar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my guys aren't.
But the
gonna
one on
let it,
Federal
you know,
was-
they want their eligibility.
Was it
Well,
Sheridan?
this is the one I was just talking about. This one's at
It's on the west side of the
1.3.
street.
This is the main house.
Maybe around
The views are
Florida
like
or-
ridiculous. So just under 40.
It must have been a long time ago because you got the
Um,
King Supers on Florida and
uh-huh.
Sheridan, and across the street you have
Yeah, what are we on?
Oh.
38.68.
You have Tom's Liquors and a couple of Mexican.
This one is in Divide, but it's just off of Twin Rocks if you're familiar with the area at all. So it's super easy access
don't.
off of Highway 24.
Yeah, Philip.
But it's at 1.3. It has a stream. It has a barn.
I want 'em both.
Detached garage. Big house, like 4680 square feet, beautifully finished. The
So
views
you
are
guys bringing him
ridiculous,
back up
yeah.
on the air?
Yeah, like, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's just,
3-7. Oh,
you know, nice finish, nice floors.
Is this Wiener? What's it?
But when you look
Oh,
in,
Einstein.
it's like, look, you've got Pikes Peak through all your windows.
Einstein.
It's just
Phil.
crazy.
Where is
So
Divide? I'll
Divide
wait.
is
See
just
what
west of Woodland Park.
Hey,
Yeah, but
tell
look at this.
someone to send that picture. Here, let me give you my cell.
There you go.
Give it
Yeah.
to I want to show it to Scott.
Yeah.
I will. Oh yeah, but here's what I was going to show you. Big skies. Like we have just huge skies, and then we've got all the animals. Because this is down at the end of their property, down at the base. So it's like there's a stream that runs through that area, so it attracts a lot of the. Yeah, but when you look at the main, it's like, oh, it's incredible. Yeah, the house is. I mean, this kitchen, I have a very large kitchen for my house because my husband demoed it when we bought it. Demoed 2 rooms and turned it into a kitchen. That was kind of my stipulation because he got a garage. But this kitchen, it's my kitchen, looks small. I mean, this is a big kitchen. It's just very, very beautiful. But
Where is doing a AIO construction loan for guys building a $3 million property at
I like that Frank Duran fellow, but Stephanie's really got
in
area code.
Peyton is east of Colorado Springs, so it's out towards the plains.
Hey, Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Bo.
Hey, Bo.
Yes, ma'am. You should talk to Shannon into buying that place and just he can make it into a rental until
Absolutely.
he retires.
Yeah, you really could.
That way he's got a. That way you're not looking at the last minute and you can get a little income.
Well, and the thing about that particular
Colorado.
one, I know the listing agent really well, but I also know the homeowner as well, and I've seen some of the advertisements
do?
for it. Yeah, so I've seen some of the advertisements for it, and they're talking like they'll consider offers, make them an offer.
what's the list price?
373.
Yeah.
It was a townhome that I sent Shannon.
370.
I think so, 373.
What's the HOA fees?
Let me pull it back up. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm not buying. I guess I should. You know, Chopper's going to get upset at me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because this is, like I said, this is
I
someone
hate
I've got
HOA.
with a friend. HOA says $250 a month on the listing.
That,
It's one of those small
That's reasonable.
communities, though. I mean, it is a small community.
On
Yeah.
Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. What's on your mind today? We have Stephanie Thomas with us from StephanieRE.com. She's a Coldwell Banker real estate broker from Colorado Springs, from Pueblo to Castle Rock. And then we have John Place with us, partner in lending.com with CMG Financial, to talk about the all-in-one loan plus reverse loans. And there's a new trend in reverse loans we'll get to. Actually, you can do a second with a reverse loan. We'll talk about how that works. Then we have Philip, who called about Einstein's. and he was upset. And we've been looking into it. And they had a grand opening and said, if you show up, one of the first 50 people, you'll get a certificate good for one bagel per week for a year. So basically 52 bagels, one a week with a schmear for a week. I mean, per week. And he said he went, he got a card, he went home and registered online, and he never got a bagel. He didn't get one the first time, and no bagel has been put into his account as promised. This is a pain in the ass. I don't blame him for being upset. I'd be upset
It's a
too.
pain in the bagel.
Now, did you call him?
No, I'm waiting for permission. Are you done with Philip?
Oh yeah, we're done with
He's
Philip.
still on the. Okay, I'll call him.
I give you
I'm gonna
permission
call right now.
I give you permission. I don't know what the hell that means.
Thank you, sir.
Did you now? Philip hung up. Did you get his information?
Yeah, Axeman just gave it to me. I'm going to go next door and call.
All right, thanks. I'd like to know what they have to say about it. Again, it's a very simple promotion, a bagel a week. You know, you figure if you get 50 people to show up every week, they're going to eventually buy coffee at least, right? And if not that, they're going to buy maybe something else or bring somebody with them. So I think it's not a bad promotion. But then to do this, to get up, and he got up at 5 a.m, he wanted to be one of the first 50. He gets up at 5 a.m, he goes over there for when they open up, and he gets a card, and now nothing. And they're stonewalling him or ghosting him. They're not even talking to him. That's the part that pisses me off. Okay, what about seconds and reverses? We got John Clace with us from CMG Financial. So a reverse loan is usually a line of credit on a house or a mortgage on a house that you don't pay on, right? So if you have a $500,000 house and you get a reverse loan, let's say for $200,000, you don't have to pay, and let's say you owe $50 on the house, you got $150 in cash. You don't have to pay back the loan. You just have to make your taxes and insurance every year, and you never pay it back. It accrues against your house. And then when you die or move to Miami or to a nursing home, you simply sell your house and pay off the loan like any loan. Worst case scenario, if that loan ever accrued to where it's more than the house is worth, which very seldom happens. In fact, I'll bet you it hasn't happened in Colorado once. And if it did happen, though, the worst case scenario is surrender the house with no recourse. They can't come after you for any deficiency, including your family or your beneficiaries. So we were talking about these loans, and I happen to say they have to be a first deed of trust. They pay off your first and become a first. But John says now they have seconds. How does a second deed of trust or a second mortgage work with a reverse loan?
Well, it's going to be the same. It's actually a fixed rate second. So it's not necessarily a HELOC. It's a fixed rate second. So you have to take all the money out, but it's just like a reverse. So you can keep your first. So a lot of times if people, maybe they owe $100,000 on their first mortgage and they have a 2.75 or 3%.
Very low payment.
And they want to stay there, but they have some debts and credit cards and things like that. You could take a second and you can go up to about 55% loan to value, which is a lot higher than the regular reverse mortgage.
So you add your first, and then you go up to 55% total for your second.
Yeah.
And then you get that any way you want in cash?
It's a lump sum. So it is.
Okay. It's a lump sum. And then you pay off all your bills.
Pay off all your bills.
You put the rest in the bank if you have more money left.
Put the rest in the bank. You can do some upgrades to the house. And then there is no mortgage payment. It gets tacked on just like a regular
Well,
one.
there's no mortgage on that, but you have your first still.
Yes, you're still paying your first. And what it does, it helps people because they're still paying principal and interest.
Yeah, but when they get rid of all their other bills, that mortgage is going to be more easily to pay.
Oh, it's tremendous. Like I was telling you an example, a client, the first mortgage is about reverses. They go to about 42% loan to value. And they had a pretty good rate. And they were, on a $600,000 house, they owed 100 and some, so they couldn't quite get enough money to pay their debt off through the regular reverse. But we did a second reverse for 90,000, paid off all their debt, and now they can handle the payment on the first mortgage, no problem.
Wow! So they just have to pay on their first.
Yeah, they get rid of all their other outside debt and they keep the first going, and it preserves equity a little bit longer because you're paying principal and interest on the first. So
Okay.
nice.
And so we've talked about reverse loans for purchases, reverse loans for seconds.
One other thing, Tom, is we go down to age 55 on
all reverse loans.
Not on all, but a lot of our property.
Why is that? I thought it was always 62. I mean,
62 is the FHA government backed mortgage, but now there's a lot of proprietary reverse mortgages, but they come with all the same restrictions, all the same benefits as a reverse mortgage, meaning non-recourse and all that.
But I would imagine you get less money when you borrow
A lot less. You do. And that's it. You'd have to have. So what they do is like on an FHA or regular reverse, if your house is valued over like 1.2 million, they don't give you credit for that value because they cap it out. So even if your house is worth 3 million,
right,
they're only going to go off value. With these proprietary products, it's more for people that have larger homes, $2 million, $3 million homes, or $2 million homes.
So they get a lot of money.
They can, yeah.
So if you have a home that's worth $1 million and you don't owe that much on it, you can get a lot of money.
Yeah, but it's more for the proprietary ones, 55. It's more if your house is worth over 1.2, you can qualify for a lot more money.
Okay.
For that.
All right. And you got to be 55 or older, and then it works exactly like a reverse.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. What are the costs involved? I had a woman ask me about a reverse, and I said, I don't know. I'm just going to run it over to John and see what he says. So she sent me a proposal she got from somebody. And again, I didn't know if it was good or bad or indifferent. I thought they were all standardized. Aren't these? But you were able to save her money. So how is that? Aren't these standardized costs set up by HUD or something?
Most of like the mortgage insurance, upfront mortgage insurance is standardized. Title is going to be the same. Title fees are going to be the same. But us as a lender, we get to decide what margin we want to give you, which affects how much money you get out up front. For example, we could do a 1.625 margin as opposed to a 2 1/4 margin, and that makes a difference.
So lenders can pick their own margin?
Well, there's within a certain range, and then there's the origination fee. Origination fee is always the lender's choice and not that. So a lot of times the higher margin you do, the more money it's going to make the lender. So they may cut their rate down, but it gives less money to the borrower at front because the interest rate's higher when you do a higher margin.
Okay. So if you do a higher margin, it's set for life.
Yes. Yep.
And so in this particular case, this woman, was the margin set higher than you could do for her?
It was. I mean, it was not a bad deal, but yeah, we were. So she was at like a 2% margin. I was able to do a 1.625 margin, which gave her, about $8,000 more at the beginning.
And then also the
origination fee was able to be able.
You were able to save her there too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then there is reason to shop around.
There is. I mean, the margin is a big thing because if they're going in at a high margin, it cuts what you can qualify for, what the numbers run at. So,
and the margin is the amount above what you're lending, what you're borrowing it at, right?
Correct. So yeah, like the margin. So
the wholesaler charges a rate, and then you mark it up.
Yes, there's a margin.
And different lenders mark up different amounts.
Sure, you can do
like anything.
Margins. Yeah.
All right.
More money.
Stephanie, I have a question here. Somebody wants to know, we were just talking about it. They might have heard it on YouTube, the Broadmoor area. Do sales come up there much often, or are they rare, or what?
Yeah, I think we see sales down in the Broadmoor area. I mean, but the quote unquote Broadmoor area, I think that's a fairly wide area. So it's not exactly
what they mean by Broadmoor. What do they, when they say Broadmoor, what do they mean? Is it a big area?
So Around the Broadmoor Hotel, there are some, a lot of times older, some very unique looking homes. Not all old, but it's really cool driving through there. It's definitely not your cookie cutter neighborhood. And some of those can, really, get high up in price. Then there's an area called like the Broadmoor Bluffs, which isn't crazy far from there, but that's more of that mid-range house still, priced, I would say at, 750, plus range, but definitely not maybe quite as high as some of them in the immediate Broadmoor area. So it really depends on, I think, where exactly they're wanting to look. If they're interested in a home there, if they just want to, give me information, I'd be happy to shoot them a property and show them what's currently available and show them some history over there too.
All right.
How often things move.
By the way, we'll give out that contact information, but StephanieRE.com is great to remember. Stephanie with an IE, StephanieRE.com. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. By the way, Renew Home Innovations guarantees you the lowest price for your AC installation. And they say, or if you need the furnace too, the combo, they say the guaranteed lowest price, bar none, no matter what brand. Give them a call, 303-904-2000, renewhomeinnovations.com.
Hennion and Walsh was made for people like you. People who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, to understand you and help you invest for the life you want, because you've earned it. We're Hennion and Walsh, and a human connection. Get a second opinion. Call 800-279-5279 or find us online. Investing involves risk, including the possible loss of principal. Advisory services provided by Hennion and Walsh Asset Management. Securities offered by Hennion and Walsh Inc. Member FINRA SIPC.
Joseph A. Lazara is the only criminal defense attorney that I know of that does business this way. You can call him for free initial consultations and legal advice. Then if you want to hire him, he flat rates it. The entire case, one flat rate quoted up front. 303-429-6200, 429-6200. Okay, yes. So you know the one on the main drag there? I think a lot of people think that when they say Broadmoor, the main drag going up to the hotel where those giant brownstones, they're beautiful.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They look like mansions.
And they're all, pretty big, pretty stately.
Yeah, stately is a good word.
Very cool area. But that Broadmoor Bluffs, I've heard people call that still that more area too. So that's what I'm saying. It kind of depends exactly what they're looking for. Are they looking for more?
Do you still live west?
We do. We still live in the house in Portland. We have since you saw our last, we have done so much to the house. It's not incredible.
How much land do you have?
2 houses.
Yeah, so it's really nice. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a little toasty. Yep.
I kind of joke about the bottom garage. We have it.
Of course.
Yeah, it might be spelled with my car. But no, and then we just insist that we have made in the house what we want.
Is his technology business still keeping him busy? Yes. But networking has changed so much. What's that? AI. Let me just tell you something. I developed an app. It's a stellar app. I mean, there's nothing.
Galaxy's not a toxic. It's 4 times stronger. Some of the things that were the deciding factors was Galaxy's lifetime warranty. That's huge. I'm surprised that not anyone offered that. Galaxy concrete coatings is UV resistant with no yellowing and 4 times stronger than epoxy.
The Galaxy crew was amazing. They were so clean. They picked up after themselves. I can't say enough about them.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook.
And the movers even come in, and the movers say they see lots of these floors, so they really liked it. Asked us, "Can we use?" And I told them we use Galaxy.
We are out of this world.
Are you tired of biased news and woke entertainment? There's finally a streaming service built for you. Truth Plus from Trump Media gives you free access to non-woke news channels with 7-day catch-up DVR, thousands of patriotic movies and TV shows. And with a Patriot package, you get premium channels like Newsmax, Great American Family, and INSB. Support media that shares your values. Go to truthplus.tv or download the Truth Plus app on your smart TV or app store today. Make TV great again.
This is Sarah Spain with the latest from iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One Net. Quinones and 24 today Fords to lead number 1 UConn past number 6 Notre Dame 70-52 in Sunday's Elite 8 matchup. The Irish made the Huskies work for it, holding them to the fewest points after 3/4 of any game during their current 54-game win streak. But UConn stepped on the gas in the fourth to advance to their record 25th Final Four. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcast. As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One is here to help you learn more about today's top athletes. Plus, Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, NA, member FDIC.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got a lot talking about here, and we were talking about real estate. And I looked at Zillow. I wanted to know, what are the hot markets? Because we talk about Vestera Turnkey, by the way, which isn't magic. And by the way, these markets, their markets are not on here, but Vestera brags about doing research. They say, look, if you want to be a landlord, don't be a landlord in Denver or in Colorado, not even Colorado Springs. It's a very bad market to be a landlord. Prices are high. People don't make that much money. And also, the laws are ridiculous now in favor of tenants, to where they, like the just cause laws and different kinds of laws. It makes it very, 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 very difficult to be a landlord. So Vestera goes out and researches markets to find where is equity potential the best, where it's going to grow. The economies are strong, employment's strong, the rental market's strong, the rents are strong, and they buy houses. They help me buy a few in those markets. I'm already getting offers on those houses. It hasn't been a year. It's been way less than a year. And I've been getting offers on them already. Barry says, keep them about 2.5 to 3 years, then sell them. And so they're long-term capital gain, or 1031 into another house or another few. His plan is he takes his people from one house, they 1031 into two, and then 1030 those into four because of the profits they make. Again, I just got in it just to experiment, and I did it through my investment company. I did it with I retained 60% of the house, and I had investors who didn't want to do the whole thing. They just wanted to do 10 or 15% on their own. So the reason I'm talking about this is one of the things he talks about in his presentation is how valuable research is, right? Well, who better to research than Zillow's? But Zillow came up with what they consider the 10 best buyer-friendly markets, buyer-friendly. So what would that mean, buyer-friendly? Does it mean it's the best market to sell a house, or does it, what would that mean in your eyes, buyer-friendly? Let's see if they define it. They said the city known for that. They're just saying buyer friendly, whatever that means. Buyer friendly with an average home value. Oh, okay, because the homes are not that much, and okay, that's what they mean. The homes are not that much. You can get into them for a decent dollar, and the neighborhoods. Okay, so they're saying the best markets to buy a house. Indianapolis, Indiana is number one.
Okay.
Atlanta's number two. Now, I would think Atlanta would be difficult. I thought that would be a hot market. Charlotte, North Carolina. Some of these are close to, by the way, where Vestera is. Charlotte, North Carolina. Jacksonville, Florida. Oklahoma City. Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, God, Detroit, Michigan.
Oh.
It's buyer friendly. Miami, Florida. Now that shocks me.
That one kind of shocks me too, because I know Florida's had an influx of people moving that direction. Yeah.
Tampa's beautiful. That's another one. And Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It says their average home values are pretty fair, and the median household income needed for the average mortgage payment is fair. And so that's what they're going. They're going by qualifications and the average pricing and the mortgages available in those cities. So that's interesting. But speaking of that, I did some other research, and I can't believe, first of all, that this is true. Okay. I was looking at the buyer-friendly markets, and I was thinking, where Vestera buys. And I was thinking, where should people live? I'm looking at my kids thinking they don't have to live in Denver, right? Kids can live anywhere they want. They can move. But I looked at the salaries needed to live in certain cities, just to live there, just to pay for basic housing and all the other expenses, including insurance, cars, and all that. Of course, number one is New York. Do you know, for a single person to live there, what they have to make in order to, now this is, of course, if they don't do, 4 people to a flat, and they don't do carpooling, or they don't do public. I mean, I imagine this is a normal lifestyle, not even living high off the hog. $159,000 to crack your nut. $159,000 to live in New York City as a single person. Well, what the hell?
Right.
$159,000. If you listen to this, if you had a family of 4 in New York, you would have to make $338,000 between the two of you. $338,000 just to live there. Just to live there. I mean, are they paying that much in New York City where people are making that much? Are they making that much money? Now, the median household income, this is what's shocking. In New York City, the median, meaning not average, median means there's as many people making above as making below. It's 81,000. Now, how the hell do you have an 81,000 medium household income, and it takes $159,000 to live there? So you see a lot of people that they're doubling and tripling up on rents. I mean, they're sharing even flats and studios, sleeping on the floor. A lot of these kids, just to live there, will go through incredible pains. But housing is the number one problem in New York City, and of course, that's what that new mayor promised he was going to take care of. I don't know how he's going to, but he promises he will. Now, this is what I find equally as shocking. The number 2, and by the way, the number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 are all in California. But San Jose, did you know that's expensive?
That's where all the tech people moving and living and.
But it's not. I would think Beverly Hills. San Jose, California, right behind New York. Whereas New York's 159. San Jose's 158,000. And for a family of 4 It's $402,000 you have to make. Who the hell, like you said, those tech people, 402,000. You know, and I'm trying to find out where Denver's not even, which is good news. It's not even in the top 20 of difficult cities. Not even, which is good, by the way. That means it's more affordable than these. But New York and San Jose, then Irvine, Anaheim, Santa Ana, Boston. I would think Boston would have been behind New York, but Boston is number 6. Then you have California again. Out of the top 20, the majority, California. Let's see, out of the top 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 of the top 20 expenses is in California. Now,
not surprised.
How the hell does Newsom keep getting elected? I mean, he's not running again, is he? Is he termed out?
He's termed out. Yeah, he's out.
Can you believe 14 of the most expensive areas in the entire country are in California?
It's not getting any better.
But you know, and then the rest of them are right where you think. Now, Honolulu is number 12. But anyway, can you imagine selling real estate in those cities? I mean, how do you find people to qualify? These are the things I don't understand. How does somebody qualify for a house? I mean, you know, what do they have to make to qualify for a house? In the Bay Area in California, incomes across 2 parents are projected at $407,000. In San Francisco, $402,000. So they are paying more, but you spend every dime of it just to live there. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Give us a call if you have a problem, question, complaint. Otto wants to talk about reverse loans. Otto, I'm going to ask you to hang on there and come back to us. Compass Insurance Group, the home of the free insurance checkup. Make sure you're not paying too much or you're not undercovered, or maybe you have too much coverage. They do a free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. I just can't believe
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well out here right now. We're not dealing with any big problems or anything that's really going to hold you up. We did have rock scaling, a closure there at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels. That's since been reopened, and it does resume, or it has been resuming to normal here over the last 10 minutes or so. We'll see if we have another closure before too long. Not much traffic on the highways here in town. No problem spots. 270's running a little slow coming out of Commerce City, but for the most part, we're wide open on most of the highways, including I-25. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by The Rogue Recap with Linda McLaughlin.
Dangerous social media trends, media scandals, dumb TikTok boycotts, and more. Keep up with all the online stories mainstream media ignores by listening to the Brad vs. Everyone podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. You want a dependable company. The one I have on my house, Fix It 24/7. They're doing free second opinions as this season comes on. And you're told you need a new AC or a new furnace to go along with it, or a new water heater. They do free second opinions. Now, they can fix it many times when you're told you need a replacement. In fact, they do this $39 extreme clean tune and check for new customers that you will not believe. A couple of hours, they take apart your AC and they do it from the ground up and make it like new. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Just $39. 720-526-3939. Great Western Buildings is a factory a real factory. Why do I say a real factory? Because a lot of these steel building people lie to you about being a factory. But GreatWesternBuildings.com is a factory right here in Grand Junction, Colorado, employing like 130 people. And they have 100% American steel guaranteed for life for your barn, your warehouse, your factory, your garage, your shop, your riding arena, or your airplane hangar. GreatWesternBuildings.com. I just can't believe the salaries you need to live in these places. I just can't believe them. Where's that?
I was reading something where she's
In New York?
was asking some speech and asked for some of the wealthy people
Come back?
to support their generous that they were trying to have.
Oh, yeah, that's...
You know. Yeah, I'm sure. That was just something I read. I don't know. I didn't research it, but I just read it. I was kind of like, man.
Seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that. Rhino Shield ceramic technology
The household needs to earn yeah, to report the African home in the area for 2025 data.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price. I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family. Here's owner Jim Williams. This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Attention, families of loved ones in nursing homes, whether past or present. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse or neglect while living in a nursing facility, listen closely. You may be entitled to significant financial compensation. Across the country, nursing homes have been cited for unsafe conditions, understaffing, and failures that put residents at serious risk. Physical abuse, emotional abuse, medical neglect, malnutrition, and unexplained injuries can happen when facilities fail to protect those in their care. If you believe your loved one suffered abuse of any kind while in a nursing home, you may have a right to pursue justice. Speaking up could help protect your loved one and prevent the same harm from happening to others. Call our nursing home abuse helpline now for a free and confidential claim review to see if your case may qualify for substantial compensation. Call now. Time to file may be limited. Call 800-701-2430. That's 800-701-2430. 800-701-2430.
Yeah. Yeah, and they are just, we love it for the faith aspect. They are so good. They are so great for these kids, man. Well, yeah, it's like an oasis. And actually, they have gone out into the community and rebuilt houses too on their mission work. Yeah, they rebuilt. Yeah, they've done renovations around the entire campus, and he's just with a group of good kids, man. They're just unbelievable, and they have Bible studies and church services, and I mean, it's just unbelievable for a college experience to get that along with a good education.
Retirement money safe at mymoneymyway.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Otto wants to talk about reverse loans. Otto, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, Otto? Go ahead,
Hello,
sir.
Tom.
Hey.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
All right. Am I there? Are
Yep.
you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Well, my questions are, I am a recent widower, and I have been now for 2 years. I'm making my mortgage payments and such, but I'd like to learn more about the reverse mortgages as to whether they would benefit me or be a detriment.
How old are you?
66.
Okay, and how much do you owe on your house?
240.
And what is it worth?
Well, the man says 422.
Okay, and you owe
That's the tax assessment thing.
No, you can't go above the tax assessment. Where is the house?
Yeah.
Where is the house?
In Greeley.
Okay, and let me ask you this. What are houses like you're selling for?
Right at 400. 380 to 400.
Oh, okay. And you owe 225, did you say?
240.
240. I'm sorry. 240. Okay, so you have 160 in equity, but really the problem is going to be on loan to value at 66. Go ahead, John.
It is going to be. So you're going to be a little bit close. I don't think you'd quite get there with the value of the house, but it's something we'd more than happy to check with you if you want to.
For example, at 66, how much are we talking about?
About 38%.
38% only? Is that it? He would hardly get to pay. I don't think he could pay off his loan.
He would. Now this is where that legacy second or the reverse second might help qualify.
What is your first at?
My first what?
Your first mortgage. What is the interest rate?
Oh, 2.65.
Oh,
well then we
hold
might
on.
want to look at that.
Then you might be able to get a second on that. So
I don't know that I want one. That would just mean another payment.
No,
wouldn't
it wouldn't. No, that's what we're talking about.
Is your first mortgage your only debt that you have?
Well, other than just a couple of credit cards.
Right.
So yeah, unless you wanted to pay off other debts.
So listen, John, how does that work? If his house is worth $400,000, you can go 55%.
Yep.
55% loan to value would be $220.
So even there wouldn't, we'd have to look at the value house because that wouldn't even qualify either. Because 220, because he goes 240.
But you don't have to pay off the first with it.
No, but
you have to have room.
Yeah, you have to
I see.
Above what.
Right. Yeah, you're not in a position right now to get a reverse of any kind. Not really. And you got to.
Thank you. That's kind of what the information I've been looking for. Is somebody just to advise me as to what I should do to continue to maintain.
It's
that
not
house,
what you should do, but
I just sell it and get out.
Well, that's up to you if you want to sell it. But here's the deal, Otto. You got a great first mortgage. Your payments got to be pretty low, right?
Tom, this is kind of the scenario with the reverse to purchase.
They're higher than a senior citizen would like them to be, but yes, they are manageable.
Because if he say he sold his house, made 160 and downsized and bought something for 250 or 300 if it's available.
Yeah. Now, Otto, you could downsize and use the reverse to buy it, and then you wouldn't have a payment. But you'd have to sell your house, take the profit, put it into another house, and get a reverse loan for the balance.
That's an interesting concept. I've been thinking of purchasing a travel trailer and just becoming a vagabond. In other words,
but
just
you can't get a mortgage.
Yeah,
you can't get a mortgage on that though.
Yeah, pay cash after he sells his house.
But you know what, Otto? That wouldn't be a bad idea. Just pay cash for your motorhome. Yeah, you could become a vagabond. But I think
Is there a website or the person you're
Yes.
talking to, John?
Yes.
Does he have information that one could go and find?
Yes.
Because he ran some numbers off that kind of went over my head, and I'd like to research it a little bit more to be assured that I'm making the right decision.
Okay. Partnerinlending.com.
Partnerinlending.com.
Right? It's that easy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We got more coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Gravina's has the greatest windows. We're going to be talking about Gravina's coming up. And the reason I love them, because they've been around for so long and still providing great products. 303 Gravina. I know. Now listen.
Now, impact traffic.
Some minor delays on the south end
a little
of town.
buried for his
I-25
age
southbound just after Dry Creek
for
Road.
his,
You've got
for
a
his
stall
age.
in the left
I mean,
shoulder.
for a reverse,
With some
but
slowdowns back
he's
from
not in
Arapahoe
bad
Road.
shape.
Only adding a minute or two to your commute if you're leaving the metro on the south end.
just has
Otherwise, pretty quiet Monday drive. I-25 northbound, some normal stop and go just after Colfax through downtown. I-70 east and westbound showing intended speeds to and from the DIA area. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Can Hollywood be fixed? This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into the movie sweeping the nation, Project Hail Mary, and the star of the film that wants to save Tinseltown. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
Gravina's, I told you, what a great company. What I love about them is the selection. You know, when you go to a company that deals in one window, that's what they're going to sell you. But when you go to one that has 50 different lines of windows, you can definitely find one that fits your home like a glove. Whether it be a rental, a fix and flip, or a dream home, they'll have the right one for you. Plus, they have the heritage to back it up. It was started by Granddad many, many, many years ago, then taken over by his son, and then his son. Nick is in charge, 950 West Evans. They even trademarked the name. They have such heritage. 303 Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com.
Tired of bias?
Stream Truth Plus from Trump Media. Free non-woke news with 7-day catch-up DVR. Upgrade to the Patriot package featuring Newsmax and Great American Family. Go to truthplus.tv or download the Truth Plus app today. Make TV great again. Pickleball is on the rise. 46.8 million players nationwide, with a projected $5 billion industry by 2033. Looking to be part of this exciting growth? Fresh Yard offers a unique franchise opportunity, redefining the pickleball experience with indoor courts, exceptional dining, craft drinks, and entertainment. This is your chance to invest in a rapidly growing brand shaping the future of leisure. For a limited time, you can own a piece of the action. Visit crushYardFranchising.com to learn.
So what do you get? A little bit more snow in Midland Park than normal?
Honestly, where I live,
I mean, this year is obviously.
I would say we don't.
I thought maybe.
Sometimes I think like Woodland Park proper does, but we live just out of town a little bit, you know, and where we're positioned kind of behind one of the mountains, we actually don't.
When you come up, do you go Santa Fe or do you go I-25 every time?
I like I-25 because I keep phone service.
Pity. Leave.
You can't come love on me, sweets. Yeah, I'll go up that way, even though technically the miles are more.
But yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, but I have cell service. Yeah. I mean, all but just a couple minutes on the way home.
How far will Santa Fe get you down there?
So Santa Fe will take you towards Sedalia, and if you go out through Sedalia, you can take the back way, like kind of through West Creek, or not. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean you'll pass West Creek, but what's that little town right there, where all the people go fish? I can't even think. I don't usually drive out that way. My husband will drive that way though when he's coming back and forth. And there's not the traffic either.
Yeah.
Deckers. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
Deckers.
it's a big fish.
Yeah. You know, it's just one of those things where there's just so much of that you don't have phone service. And I would prefer to be up by 25. So
Makes sense.
you're awfully pretty, but you can't love on me. I'm sorry. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down.
Yeah, just push her. Just push her right down. She's used to it. Just push her ass down. Get out of there.
I know. Push my face off. I can.
I'm David Kaplis. Your values define you, so choose a lawyer who shares your values. I've been a pro-life activist since '73, have fought for conservative causes on air for decades. My partners have served our country in Iraq and Afghanistan and as district attorneys. We have record-setting results, so you can choose a record-setting law firm that shares your values. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Visit dancaplisslaw.com. That's dancaplis.com.
College basketball back in the spotlight. March hoops will have everyone talking. That game was unbelievable. Whose brackets are busted, Cinderella stories, and buzzer beaters that make history. Lock into Fox Sports Radio is your #1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. Plus, binge on demand podcast for more coverage with the Dan Patrick Show. The Herd with Colin Cowherd. Their front line looks like an NBA front line. And more. Search college basketball on the iHeartRadio app to stay in the know. Mornings 6 to 10. It's Ryan Schuling.
Whether it's state and local elected officials and candidates for office, advocates for important causes, or the names you know from sports and pop culture, we are where news
Happens. Ryan Schuling live here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome. Talking about real estate, lending, and anything on your mind. And we do have some questions on what else. They said, Tom, we heard you talking about supermarkets. What are things to look for in a neighborhood that can add value to my house going forward? What that is a good question. We talked about supermarkets, and again, I've never heard of that before, but supermarkets not right on top of the house, but in the vicinity of the home. Trader Joe's being one of the more attractive ones. They've also said Sprouts, Sam's Club. A lot of them, some of them detract. Walmart's, Target. I don't know why, but that's what they found. What are some good things for a neighborhood? I would say parks. Wouldn't you say parks?
Yeah, vicinity to parks and trails, you know, especially in Colorado. We definitely love our outside activities. So that seems to be a real positive for us.
Public transportation.
Public transportation is definitely, I think, something that is a nice feature. I don't know that it's necessarily as big of a value add, at least where, you know, I'm experienced. But
okay,
I'd say vicinity to hospitals, that's something that I have people ask about.
No fool.
I don't know, again, in order to see, you know, something quantifiable as far as like how it's going to directly impact your value, you'd really need to look at comparables in that specific area. But school districts
Wouldn't you say that's like the number one?
Yeah, school districts are a big thing people shop for. You know, I would say also your location in a neighborhood. So if you are, for instance, backing to one of the larger roads, sometimes that detracts. You know, you're going to have buyers that may not want to purchase your home because you back to the big road. You know, they've got concerns about that, you know, road noise or traffic.
Got it.
Or I've had people ask me, well, what if someone crashes through my fence? You know, so those are all things that I think buyers think about. You know, if you're in an area that's very mixed use, that's another one that I see, you know, sometimes homes over there, you know, may move a little more slowly. Anytime.
If it's too close, I think.
Yeah.
But I think shopping and schools are
two of the big ones. Absolutely.
As long as they're not on top of you. I've heard people say, I don't want to be across the street from a school.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that as well. I've had people talk to me about that. Also, that mixed use area, so you may not want to, be right on the parking lot for the grocery store. So kind of the location in those areas, I think directly impacts, your home sellability as well.
Okay, cool. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. Listen, people have been talking about gasoline prices, but you might want to know something. Candy prices. Easter's coming, right? Now, a lot of us don't have baskets that we're fixing for kids. The kids are grown, but candy prices, they're up 58%.
Ooh.
So no, seriously, 58%. And that is a lot of money. That's since 21, by the way. 58%. That's not in a year, but it's been a lot. And they say the key findings have to do with the ingredients. And the Easter basket will increase 58%. The basket in and of itself. From last year, it's 10%. So it's 10% higher this year. And inflation, what is inflation right now? Around 4, they're saying?
Yeah, cooked up.
All right.
There.
We're going to talk about interest rates again and how the all-in-one loan can help you fight interest rates or at least tame them down a bit. We have a number of other texts I got to get to, but give us calls if you have any problems, stress, or complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
If you're
okay, put that on, take that off. Okay, now let's see. I got so many different.
Does he travel a lot for his competitions?
He hasn't yet, but he's been invited to some of the other meets around. He just hasn't really done any of them yet.
God, this cat is so needy right now. She usually is independent as hell. She won't come near us.
Just wanting to hang out.
I just think she's a little depressed because my daughter's been gone. I know.
But you said she's back now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know, sweets, and I really can't love on you. I'm so sorry.
This is Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver.
Hmm.
This is 630 KHOW.
So sorry.
Radio station. Guaranteed human.
I know. Kitty, I love kitties, but you're a pain in the ass. I love animals.
So do I.
You got a cool dog?
We do. Yeah, we've got
All right.
our oldest, our old lady dog. She's about 12, but she's a very old 12.
Aw.
She loves to woo, so she'll get on the phone with you
Oh,
and
the
have
caller?
a woo
Yeah, I
conversation.
gotta go
She's
now.
hilarious.
I could tell.
Conspiracy.
And then
I've
our
done this 4
puppy,
times. I guess
he's
he
almost
just
2
goes
now.
around and trusts
He's
me.
just funny. I mean, he is hilarious. He'll walk around. He likes sticks. So
Got a good personality.
Oh yeah, he likes sticks. So he'll go find sticks in our backyard, and he likes to take them in Michael's office floor because Michael's office is usually open to the backyard.
Yeah.
And he came in with a log. We're not even talking a stick. This dog's bringing a log. It was hilarious. Like Michael's poor office floor is never going to be clean. He just has dog, like Odin could be a 1-dog mulching company.
Ah. That's funny.
Yeah.
He loves sticks. He just loves
them.
Isn't that cute?
Yeah. And if we're sitting there talking, he'll bring a stick in, he'll lay there and shred it. He'll go find another one, lay there, shred it. And then it's, sometimes they just get bigger and bigger. And like I said, he literally came in. I mean, we're talking like a log. I mean, like this big around log. This dog is just carrying it in. That's hilarious. It's crazy with some of the marketing I do. I pay for some advanced placement with like homes.com and stuff. My one listing has almost 230,000 views.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we've definitely had some showings on it. It's my townhome listing in the south side of Springs, but it's 2 bedrooms.
That definitely is a big factor.
I have seen, unfortunately, with that particular area, 3 bedrooms definitely are moving more so. But there's a buyer. There's a buyer for everything, most things anyway. There's a buyer for most things. It's just about getting the right one in the door. But that's amazing because I can look at the analytics on that list on all my listings there, with the advanced placement stuff I pay for. That's incredible. 230,000 views. And just on the one website. I don't know about repeat. I can see how many people favorite it. I can see if they share it, that kind of thing. But I don't know if it necessarily gives me like if it's the same person or not. But it is kind of neat to look at the analytics on the listings.
Yeah.
You guys have any fun summer trips planned?
Going down to Phoenix on Thursday. But, yeah, not summer.
Here's the thing. Last year was all fighting cancer, so I didn't get to do anything.
Yeah.
And this year, we didn't know how things were going to go. I mean, I didn't know if I'd be alive.
Right.
Now that I seem to be clear and it seems to be sticking, and
which is awesome.
My blood work and all my scans come. So we made a last minute thing for Italy.
Oh, how
in July.
Okay.
But that's the only thing we had a chance to do. That was because that's a lot to plan in a short. We did it all in a week. Said let's just do something because I spent the whole year on and off with chemo, radiation, and surgery. And the whole year was blown. That whole year.
Yeah. But you look good. Your color's good. Your eyes are bright. You look awesome. Yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, how long are you going for?
What's that?
How long do you go for? 10 days? Week?
Okay. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Nice.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. Be hot there that time of year, no? Or is it more August? It's hot.
It'll be hot, yeah. But we're going with a group from Pepperdine University. They have a campus over there.
You did send me the email, though. I didn't know if you wanted to.
With them. So they're taking care of all of those.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We rented.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
I'll put it up. I get the Polaris, the little suite, the little mini suite that
you can lie down.
Totally TV, ice cream,
Yeah.
I won't fly that long without it. Not at all. Because it's like a mini bedroom.
Yeah.
That's
and we're having them side by side.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah. Kitty, you're camping. How's this for a deal? Refurbish your furnace and AC for just $59.99. We're talking hours of intense cleaning, adjusting, and tuning, adding life and efficiency to your whole HVAC system. To your whole system.
You think you got
It's good I went into that other studio because I was in there last week and I lost like 3 cases. I said, how do what happened to all my papers? Well, heck, I left them in there.
Oh, you did?
Right there in the studio with the mic and stuff, and I'm surprised nobody moved them.
I don't know if anyone really goes into that.
I don't think so. I figured they would have
Come here.
been in the trash.
Jesus. I've never seen this cat hang out more.
Yeah.
Maybe because it knows you're like allergic. Get. Kitty, get.
I'm sorry, sweet.
Get.
Probably don't want to.
God, she's always near you too. Come here, Kitty. Come over near me at least.
She knows I can't love him.
Jesus Christ. It's like.
Throw that kitty a chicken wing. God, it's cooing or whatever they do.
Yeah, it stinks because
Come here,
I like cats, so I just can't.
This would be
Maybe the kitty's starving.
Just sit next to my face off.
This would be hundreds of dollars elsewhere. This
BK
would be
Howe.
Hundreds of dollars elsewhere.
flipped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO. Now, you can call that 24/7, 303-627-8466. Don't let anyone lie to you, rip you off, cheat you. At the first sign of trouble, give us a call. We have recovered hundreds of millions of dollars over the years in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. That's what we do here. Deputy Bo has a follow-up. You see, a guy called and said, you know what? God said, come and celebrate Einstein's. Be one of the first 50 people here when we open our doors, and you'll get a bagel every week for a year. Very simple. He went there. He got up at 5 in the morning, went over there. He was number 6 in line, never got a bagel, but got a card that said he's entitled to a bagel. He had to go home, get online, and he had to register, and then a free bagel would show up, a coupon or something would show up in his account every week, Sunday night. He hasn't gotten one, and they won't talk to him. Come on, Einstein. We're talking about a fricking bagel.
Right.
So Deputy Bo called him.
I called him. I believe Einstein's is conducting a smear campaign against their customers regarding this.
Okay, that's funny.
Had to do something.
Yeah.
Well,
boom. Okay. What's going on, brother?
All right. So I talked to Philip, and I called the manager, the chef manager at the University Boulevard. They know Philip. They feel bad for him.
Feel bad for him? Give him a freaking bagel. What's the big deal?
So, Tom, they said, yeah, he keeps coming in. We'll give him a bagel. But that's not good enough because this card that he got is good for all of the Einstein stores. So I called a manager at the Colorado Boulevard store. She kind of knows the problem. I guess there's some sort of a corporate or some sort of app problem, because when they get the bagel, it's supposed to go on their app on the phone,
right?
And there's some sort of a computer or a glitch with it. She acknowledges it, and I said, well, Philip and these other people, you got to honor this. He gave him a card for this free bagel a week for a year, and she got me in touch with the district manager. He's flying in tonight. He's supposed to call me first thing in the morning, and they're trying to work out the issue with the app so these people can get their bagel. But right now they cannot.
Wow! So
I think we're on it with
It's not just him. It's not just Philip.
It is not just him. And one person would certainly give Philip a bagel, but he has to drive like 6 miles to that store. But these people are entitled to a bagel at all of the Einstein shops.
Oh man!
But right now we don't have a resolution. But the district manager knows that I called. He's supposed to, as soon as he gets off the plane, he's supposed to talk to me about it on how they're going to resolve this with these people that got the card for the free bagel for a year.
Okay, so it's an app problem. So he had it right. So
it's
he went there. When you go there and you're one of the first 50, you get a card. The card gives you instructions to go online and get an account. Once you establish an account, then the bagels are supposed to be deposited to your account every Sunday night.
Right, and that's not happening.
Okay, so...
But I believe we're going to get it resolved because they know where the show's involved with it.
Okay, so they offered to give the first 50 people who show up a bagel, basically. Right, a card. And then that was good for...
a card that...
Okay.
A year. I have a picture of the card. It's a free schmear bagel for a year.
Okay.
Every week, a bagel of 52 bagels.
Yeah. And, when you think about it, it's a good promotion. They're going to make money on it.
It's Tom's, like you said. They can go in and buy some coffee.
Yeah, everyone's going to buy coffee, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. By the way, have our lawmakers in Colorado, I swear to God that lawmakers in general, what they should do is not be allowed to come up with new laws unless we need them. I mean, since they're in session, and what do they do if they don't come up with new laws? They have to come up with new laws when they're in session. And they just come up. I think they sit around thinking, what can we do to piss people off? We're in Colorado. What can we do to be more like California and piss people off? Well, we can thank Lisa Cutter, a senator, and a Representative Meg Froelich for this bill on the single. I think I heard some other shows talking about it. Restrict single-use food serviceware distribution. So basically, they're going to make it a law that you only give single-service plasticware and single-service sauces and single-service half and halves and single-service stirs and single-service napkins only if requested. So they don't go to waste. So, like I said, these people sit around thinking, let's see, what can we do? Like they think they're saving the planet. Just leave us the hell alone, will you please? So basically, it gives fines to restaurants if they give you a napkin without being requested. If you don't request a napkin and they give you one, they get fined. They also give you a fine for giving out a sauce. If they give you a sauce and you didn't ask for it, you get a fine. Can you imagine these morons? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I should never call people morons because that's what I call my beloved YouTube crowd, my morons. And I think that's a badge of honor. So I'm not going to call. These are idiots in the state, House, and Senate. They're just idiots. Under current law, the Plastic Pollution Reduction Act includes restrictions on the use and distribution of single-use plastic carry-out bags and polyurethane food containers. The bill will expand now to include single-use food serviceware given to a customer unless the customer specifically requests it. So they must request it. And if it's given without request, there's a fine. Isn't that wonderful to know we're being taken care of? I swear to God, every single person in Colorado in the legislature, they're a runaway. They're a runaway legislature. They don't care. They don't care because no matter what, they know they're going to be reelected because our state has gone to the dogs. It's I swear to God. But anyway, it says that if they give you a napkin when you didn't ask for it, they're going to get fined. They're going to get fined for giving you a half and half. Any single service item that you did not request will be a fine.
Seems like it would cost more for enforcement on it than it would be.
Well, I don't know. What are they going to do? Are they going to have police write them a ticket? What do they do? Seriously. My God. I mean, do you really? Do they? I mean, I want to know okay. What do lawmakers do? No, I'm serious. When there's when they're in session, right? Everything's fine. If we never had another law, right? Why? So do they think, hey, we need a law? Okay, come up with one. I mean, what really? I mean this sincerely. Do they get phone calls from their constituents saying, hey, I think there's way too much plastic pollution. We need to cut back on the number of forks and knives that we give out on drive-thrus.
You wonder if they ever go in and say, man, we're doing all good. We don't need any more law.
If they went through a legislative session and never passed another law, would you notice it?
No.
I wouldn't. It'd be better. In fact, I think they should be forced for every law that they pass, they should remove two. For every law that they pass, they should remove two because there are so many laws, it's ridiculous.
Be a great law to get passed.
Yeah, that's right. For every law you pass, you got to take two away. But this is the second regular session of the 75th General Assembly. You know what? I don't like you. I don't appreciate you. And I think you all suck. That's how I feel about our state lawmakers. I really do. The next thing you know, I mean, what will they come up with? What will they come up with to piss us off? Now, of course, I know there are a bunch of you out there, I know, saying, Tom, it's good for the planet. I'm going to tell you something. In the great scheme of things, we are doing nothing. We should, first of all, not, and I mean this sincerely, we should not be bad stewards. We should be good stewards of the planet. But I think that we're going overboard thinking like Denver, Colorado is going to do this, or Colorado in general, that we are doing anything to help this planet last another day. Okay? One good meteor and we're done. One good meteor. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Are you tired of biased news and woke entertainment? There's finally a streaming service built for you. Truth Plus from Trump Media gives you free access to non-woke news channels with 7-day catch-up DVR, thousands of patriotic movies and TV shows. And with the Patriot Package, you get premium channels like Newsmax, Great American Family, and INSB. Support media that shares your values. Go to truthplus.tv or download the Truth Plus app on your smart TV or app store today. Make TV great again.
I love the guaranteed lowest prices. That's why I love Discount Bath. They'll give you the best, most economical bathroom remodel, and they're not scrimping on anything, man. They do beautiful remodels. Now, if you want it for your dream house, they'll give you a price for that, but still at a discount, or your rental or your fix and flip. This is discountbath.com. Give them a call. Discuss your project. You'll most likely get a price on the phone. 720-979-2322. Or go to the website, discountbath.com. They pride themselves in beautiful bathrooms at discount prices. Whether you're doing just a little hall room bath or a master bath or putting in a whole new bath in the basement there where it's stubbed in. Here's another thing, of course. They'll do walk-in showers for under 10 grand. Complete, beautiful walk-in shower conversions from that old ugly tub and shower combo. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com. If you are ever charged with a crime, you're going to need an attorney. Now, I'm not going to sit in judgment of you one way or another. If you made a stupid mistake, falsely accused, whatever it is, you need an attorney. And one thing I know for sure, don't ever shop under pressure. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazzara is a great guy, dedicated to helping you. What you need to do is call him for free legal advice up front, always free initial consultations. And then if you decide to hire him, he will quote you a flat rate for your whole case up front. 303-429-6200. Lazzara, Lazzara. LazzaraLegal.com. Man. Okay. This would be hundreds of dollars elsewhere. Normally you're looking at.
I guess this manager's good. Then he picked it up on the show. They called him.
Your AC in.
Yeah. Still, you have to be able to get it. Yeah, somewhat. Because I have to be able to keep it.
That's true.
Yeah. Like, that's kind of one of those interesting things. Not only are they discussing, so they actually so
That's interesting.
So what happens when you eat gluten? Do you just
doesn't always.
So, every...
We'll give you a second heading. Absolutely free. Just little shipping in. Just be a little shipping in. talking about ice cream, my alternative to ice cream.
Yeah, I can barely hear him.
Calling all undergraduate students, what would you build for America's future? An app that simplifies student budgeting? A clean energy prototype built in a dorm room? Ideas like these can earn college entrepreneurs $25,000.
Oh, do they have the cone of silence on there, Scott?
I guess so. Tom's talking.
So when that's on, we can still talk to Adam, right?
Yeah.
Adam and Dragon Man.
Yeah, it's just Tom's studio.
.com. 630 KL. An iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Okay, we got a lot happening, and we've been talking about a lot of important things. Did you hear? Now, we were talking about traveling off the air. How do you feel? I do not feel it is fat slamming. I've never heard that, or body shaming. What the? I'm sorry, I almost said it. What the hell do they mean by body shaming? What is look, I don't think you should make fun of people the way they look, whether it be fat or skinny or no. And honest to God, don't we know better than that? But there are some times when we use the excuse of body shaming, or we use not the excuse, but we use the term hate and shame and slamming and all of that in order to control people's behavior. Okay. I want a license to be a fat pig. And if you say a word to me and it's unhealthy for you. So I don't think people are saying it to be mean. Sometimes they're just saying it because you should be healthy. If my child was becoming overweight, I would talk to them about it because it's not healthy. I wouldn't make fun of them. And I know a lot of people do have metabolic challenges. Now, most people don't. Most people who are heavy, they don't have metabolic challenges. They don't. But in any case, Southwest Airlines, they're starting to charge for overweight passengers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you're overweight, you pay for 2 seats.
Wow.
I don't know what that weight is, but one woman was, she obviously qualified if you looked at her. In fact, I don't know how she fits in 2 seats, but there was a lot of posting on social media because she felt she was being slammed or shamed. It's a matter, especially when it comes to the airlines. You can literally track fuel consumption to weight. You literally can track it. Each pound, right? If you wanted to get scientific, every pound of weight costs something when it comes to fuel.
Sure.
Now, 1 pound, of course, it's going to be infinitesimal. But when you talk about 2 people for the price of 1, you're talking literally about taking an extra passenger because they have a weight limit.
Do they put that on their website when you're booking a flight?
I don't know how they're publicizing it, but this woman came unglued when they told her she needed 2 seats. I wouldn't even want to be in the position to have to tell someone that.
Well, I guess if you have to ask for 2 seats, you should almost expect to pay for 2 seats.
I don't think she asked for them. I think what happens is these fat people get in there. I've seen it, and they sit in 1 seat, but they're spilling over. I mean, it's gross. And so they're starting to say, pull up the arm, sit down. You're paying for both of them.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything wrong with that. But apparently, I'm not making this up, folks. Body advocates are saying that they're against body shaming and that The carrier is facing a backlash on social media and growing complaints because they are treating large, heavyset travelers as shameful. No, that's not shameful. Come on. So now, you know what though? Would they give a really skinny passenger a discount? No, because they take up a seat.
Yeah.
So it all has to do with
Per
weight
seat.
and a seat, right? So you're taking up a seat. So even if you're underweight, you're taking up a seat. If you're overweight, you're taking up more than a seat. Don't you think that's only fair? Well, Southwest is starting to do it. Do you think that? I wonder if other airlines are doing it. In any case, there's a plus size passengers report out, believe it or not. And what they're doing is they're marking the airlines and who are charging for fat people. And all it is filled with fat people showing, now that guy shouldn't have two seats, right?
No.
Now that guy's okay. He's fat, but he's not like spilling over. I'm talking about grossly fat people. There are people, look at that person. That butt hardly is getting through the door, let alone in a seat. Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Getting back to real estate, someone wants to know, on Airbnbs, are they allowed in Colorado Springs, by the way? Because Denver's making it very difficult.
I think Colorado Springs has got some legislation as well. I know Teller County, that's been a really hot topic up there. That's where I've been most focused on that up there. Management.
See why people are against it. What's wrong with it? I mean, to me, it's if people want to go on vacation,
sure,
and they want to use an Airbnb, I don't see the problem. Now, I know where residential neighborhoods are saying it's trashing the neighborhood, but who knows? In any case, somebody did a calculation. There are so many calculations. Listen to this. On how many days it takes. This is a capital company that puts together Airbnbs and they buy them. How much for a normal mortgage? How many days does it take to pay the mortgage? In other words, how many days of an Airbnb would it take investors to cover their mortgage?
It's actually a good. It'd be interesting.
So you know your break-even point, right? For example, the most days, 26 and a half days, you'd have to rent it to cover the mortgage in Big Sky, Montana.
Wow.
That's how 26 days, because that's how expensive the real estate is. So before you even break even, you have to make 26 and a half days of rent before your mortgage is paid. The least amount, and I've never heard of this place, it's a mountain town, Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. And it's only 4.3 days to pay your mortgage. And believe it or not, in California, there's one that only takes 6 days. Is South Lake Tahoe, California.
Wow.
Only 6 there must be a deal on rentals or something. It only takes 6 days. And then it goes all the way up to, like I said, Big Sky, Montana is 26 and a half days. Where do you think Vail, Colorado falls? Vail, Colorado.
20 days.
16.7. You're close. 16 Durango is 21 days. Aspen is 21 and a half days. So you have to have it for 21 and a half days. Telluride is 26 and a third. You know, I remember, this is the God's honest truth too. I remember I moved here in 80, and when was the Great Recession before it was in 83?
Yeah, the oil.
83 or 84?
384,
okay.
Savings.
There was an expression. What do herpes and a condo in Vail have in common? You can't get rid of either of them.
Yeah.
Now listen, I kid you not, you could buy a 1-bedroom condo in Vail, Colorado for $24,000.
Wow.
$24,000 for the price of a car, an expensive car back then, you could buy a condo, a one-bedroom condo. One-bedroom condo. 2- and 3-bedroom condos. If you paid $80,000, you were paying too much.
Wow.
These were condos that are now $500,000.
Oh, yeah.
303-713-8255. More right after this. This is a good chart. I love finding stuff like this. It's really good. Am I disconnected? My return audio sounds bad. All right, do I sound okay? Wait a minute. Do I need to reconnect? Just say yes or no. Reconnect. I can't hear him. SheridanAutotech.com. It's the place to get your car repaired, even electrical issues. I love Sheridan Autotech. Why? Because Uncle Kevin treats his people like family. If you want to go there for heavy or light maintenance and repairs, it's on Colfax west of Wadsworth. I take my car there instead of a dealer, and it's a new car, and you can too. 303-455-7242. You'll save a ton of money at SheridanAutotech.com. O'Brien Legal Services. That's the place to go for lawyers who specialize in real estate. Brad O'Brien and his team can help you with real estate closings. They can help you if you're a landlord trying to navigate these really weird waters in Colorado for being a landlord, or if you're doing owner financing or you're buying a property with a partner, you need an attorney. O'Brien Legal Services for anything real estate. OLSlaw.com. 720-370-7388. Did you get that? Okay? Did you? I need to disconnect and reconnect. I'm sorry. I'm going to do it right now. I need to reconnect. It was terrible. Hello?
Hello.
It's better. I reconnected. Okay. Woo-hoo! I was getting really, really strange sound.
Yeah, you sounded fine. Absolutely nothing was the issue
thank
coming
you.
to us.
It was just return audio for me. Thank you very much.
Yep. No problem.
God, it's weird how gremlins get into shit. I swear to God.
Right, because we all know you didn't touch
anything.
Oh,
you know I didn't, God damn it.
I know you didn't.
Mm.
Need a whole house repipe or a water heater? Euro Plumbing delivers the lowest prices in Denver.
Oh God, I gotta get to some of these texts.
Have you seen this?
So I use AI I put all my texts and emails in there, and they parse through them, so I don't have to read them. Just comes up with the essence.
And you just automatically just push them over?
Oh, that's cool.
It just tells me what they're about.
So the AI's but it's
Filter.
attached to your text?
It's a filter that I attach to my text number. This voice.
Looking to be part of this exciting growth? Crush Yard offers a unique franchise opportunity, redefining the pickleball experience with indoor courts, exceptional dining, craft drinks, and entertainment. This is your chance to invest in a rapidly growing brand shaping the future of leisure. For a limited time, you can own a piece of the action. Visit CrushYardFranchising.com to learn more. Crush Yard. Eat, drink, crush.
I got a number of these. Yep.
pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Favorable will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Call 833-453-SOLD. That's 833-453-SOLD. Or visit gayhasthebuyers.com. GAYE-hasthebuyers.com.
Dunright kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows and doors. High units are key. And speaking of finished basements, hey Todd, what does it take to pull off a successful, not stressful, super exciting basement finish? Well, Dad, first of all, we recognize we're in a customer's home, not a job site. Finishing off that lower level definitely takes experts in kitchens and bathrooms, experts in counters and floors, and often even experts in windows and doors. We've been at it and experts in it since 1985. Totally agree, Tom. Dunright's professional design and turnkey project approach will magically change your sleek, blank space into a finished living area of beauty and function. With bank financing available or cash savings up to 8%, now is the time to get started expanding your home. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, beautifully finished basements, and windows and doors. You have all work official at the Dunright. Come see us at drhi.com. Thanks.
Keep your retirement money safe at mymoneymyway.com. Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. StephanieRE.com. Stephanie Thomas, a real estate broker in the Springs of Coldwell Banker. Then we have partnerinlending.com, John Clace with CMG Financial, a mortgage banker. Okay, somebody wants to know, this is a good question. What is the going rate of commission nowadays? Is it negotiable? Now, you don't want to talk about it?
I can't talk about it.
No, you
I'm
can't
so
talk about
sorry.
it. Said it, right?
Correct. So
there is no going rate.
That's absolutely it. There's not a going rate. Each agent is going to set their own commission based on the services they offer, based on, the brokerage they work for.
Is it safe to say everything's negotiable?
I mean, I'd always say that, yeah, things are negotiable.
You don't have to accept it.
Agents are going to set what they're willing to work for based on what they offer, like any other business,
Now, when you said you couldn't talk about it, what you meant was you can't say, well, it's conventionally this or traditionally this.
I can't give numbers in a public setting.
Of all the lawsuits, you can't establish a set rate.
Correct. I can't give any type of, hey, this would be an average for XYZ, that kind of thing. I can't talk about that in a public setting. Because again, we all work for the rates that we set based on the services we offer.
Okay.
So if anyone's interested, I'd be happy to have that one-on-one conversation with myself.
And how much work you do now. Let's talk about FSBOs, for sale by owners. We still have people that want to do that, right?
There are people who do that.
Okay. They want to know, can they hire a broker to advise them somehow to do a modified listing where they can get it cheaper? In other words, they want to do a lot of the work and a lot of the showings and all of that. I don't know if real estate people do that. Do you ever do any hybrid deals like that?
I don't.
I don't want to depend on the owner of the place to sell it.
Here's the thing. In the Colorado listing contract, we have what are called like these minimum duties we're supposed to provide in our listing contracts. So we have those. And then when we have agency, we have these additional duties, which is where we can advocate, seek the best price and terms, et cetera, for our clients. So I think ultimately we're any type of modified deal. I think those minimum duties are still in play in our listing contract because it says those are the minimum duties. So I think ultimately, again, it's going to depend on what you're really trying to accomplish there. I personally don't do, I want to work for my clients. I want to advocate for you. I want to get you the best price and terms. I'm going to advise you and give you really good information. So I don't necessarily take like the modified kind of deals.
Because you can do better. You can do better than a FSBO.
Absolutely. I'm cutting my client short by, trying to.
There is a commission involved.
Absolutely.
It's like a personal injury attorney. You get more and then you take your cut. You're still getting more for the client usually.
Absolutely. And, sometimes there's so many facets to a real estate transaction that aren't just, that purchase price and those end dollars. There's so many things you need to do, disclosures and things you need to be aware of, the contract nuances. So that's where it's really important, I think, to have a really good advocate, someone who's informed harming you, keeping you, the seller or the buyer on the right track. So.
Somebody wants to know, my neighborhood, a couple people got multiple offers and mine is sitting for 60 days. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. I mean, you'd have to see it to know, but
of course,
that's not normal.
I have heard where some are seeing some multiple offers. Ultimately, that comes down a lot to price and condition and how they're presenting it on the market, the way the property shows. Some homes that have sat longer, if you're seeing demand in your neighborhood and yours just isn't for some reason, ultimately I would look at, the way the property is showing compared to the ones that did get that type of activity.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, look, and your real estate broker or realtor or agent, whatever you have, should be very willing to discuss that with you, because 60 days without any showings is a problem.
It really is going to depend on the property type. When we're talking, for instance, right now, condos, townhomes, some of that is
I don't
moving
know
very
the type,
slow.
but I get the impression they're all in the same kind of neighborhood, so they're probably
like I said, if they've got some that's showing some neighborhood demand there where things are moving, I would look at the way the property shows probably first and the way it's priced in, for the competition. But then sometimes it's coming down to bedrooms, bathrooms, amenities. I mean, definitely looking at what is moving.
But what I'm saying is that so
they should be able to have the conversation with their agent.
Get in the door, the multi-list, the showing, the listing has to be attractive to even get them in the door. You got to have an attractive listing. Do you do those drone fly-throughs?
So I haven't done any of those. I do drone photos.
Yeah.
I don't actually know that my photographer does that kind of stuff.
No, Frank has a name.
Showed me.
Frank has it. And they have to prearrange everything. It's like a motion. It's like a motion picture. They prearrange everything. They have one window open on one side, one on the other. They fly through the entire house and out the other window and then do an aerial. It is the most spectacular photography I've ever seen. It's all one shot. All one shot. They're not dissolving. They have a drone. It's probably a small one that starts out with an aerial, comes down to the neighborhood, goes down the sidewalk, up the stairs, into the front door, through the whole house, or it flies through a window and it goes through the whole house, every room, comes back out the other side, shows the backyard. It is unbelievable. I imagine that guy probably goes through and programs a lot of it. So, because I would think it's because he's not following it through the house. I mean, it's moving too fast for him to be in that house. So I don't know. It's spectacular. John, somebody heard you talking about the spread on a reverse loan and the origination fee. They want to know on a regular loan just how much is negotiable. On a regular loan, what is negotiable? That's a good thing to talk about.
Like I said, the upfront mortgage insurance, not negotiable. Title's going to be title where you go everywhere, but the origination fee and your margin that you set are negotiable.
Now, you say margin, that's on a reverse, but where about a regular loan?
On a regular loan, it's, the cost, it's negotiable.
Is the rate negotiable?
The rate is negotiable.
But don't you usually try to give them the best rate to get the deal?
You do. You give them what they call a par pricing. And then if you want to buy it down, there's discounts added to it. So we do it by par pricing.
Where you make your money on a regular loan, a conventional loan, is the origination fee, right? Or processing?
No, usually most loans right now are done without an origination because par pricing and then servicing.
So there's money built into that.
Yes. And the servicing is a big. So like our company here, we keep most of all of our servicing. So that's
because you're a banker. You're a banker.
Better rate.
But if somebody else, a broker, is going out shopping around, a broker can find a good deal, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But that broker can find a deal. Do they mark up what they find?
Usually, I mean, that's how they're going to.
They go to a wholesaler, right?
And they can work for very cheap. Man, it depends on what you do. So, that's why usually you want to
shop around.
2 or 3 quotes.
Now, as a mortgage banker, does CMG have brokers that come to them?
We do. We have quite a few.
So you're a wholesaler too then?
Yeah. There's a small portion of the company wholesale.
All right. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
North of town, I-25 northbound, we've got a crash at Erie Parkway and Summit Boulevard. That's exit 232. A left lane blocked with some slow traffic for folks approaching that exit there. Otherwise, pretty standard speeds for I-25 north and southbound through the greater Denver area and beyond. Into town, I-270 westbound, some stop and go between I-70 and Vasquez. Pretty typical for your Monday afternoon drive. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by the Taking a Walk Nashville podcast.
I'm Sarah Harrelson, host of Taking a Walk Nashville. Join me for an upcoming episode with musician, entrepreneur, and dad Kevin Jonas Sr. I can't wait. Kevin Jonas Sr. on Taking a Walk Nashville on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
You know what I love about Excel Roofing? They do their roofing, as always, honest, not taking a dime up front and giving you a complete and thorough bid even before talking to your insurance so you know what you really need and you don't pay a cent until you're content. Now take all of those business ethics and add to it gutters and gutter cleaning and attic ventilation and window siding, doors and painting, complete home services. Now with excelroofing.com, the company we've known and trusted for 30 years. 303-761-6400, 761-6400. Now let's talk about another company that I love, Gravina's, with 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors, and they have been around for 65 years. 950 West Evans. They even have the name trademarked. That's how stingy they are about that name. Gravina's 950 West Evans. It was started by the granddad, then Larry took over for his dad, Nick took over for his dad. It's a family affair, and they have tradition. 303 Gravina. 303 Gravina or gravinas.com.
Facing a
Woohoo.
Yeah, but as far as like, commissions and whatnot, it's now addressed on the offer. So where I feel like it's a real positive is the seller receives an offer from the.
Can you believe this deal? I can't believe this deal.
It's part of the calculation. You're not committed to XYZ.
I can't believe
without
this
first
deal.
buyer's offer.
Refurb it. Your furnace and AC for just $59.99.
Back in
Hours of intense cleaning, adjusting and tuning,
the world is ending.
adding life and efficiency, to your whole system.
Buyer's agency contract.
This would be hundreds of dollars elsewhere.
Was obligated to commission, and then you would try to.
AC and furnace work together year round.
If they're offering.
So get this combo.
Yeah. I mean, our contracts were always.
You need.
But that was a national thing, and
You need the combo.
Everybody had contracts.
You need this combo.
Because I've been doing this a little over 15 years, and we've always had that since I've.
Need this. Never at a better price. At the best price.
Right. But the thing is, well, what they did do is
$59.99.
They want those written agreements prior to showing homes.
Yeah.
But Colorado has a provision that allows us to act as a transaction broker until we have a listing contract. And then we also have brokerage disclosures. So we can do that to still make sure we're good on all fronts kind of thing. And everybody is informed. Really what it is, trying to keep people informed on, hey, if you show me this house, by the way, you're going to pay XYZ commission.
But it's either paid by you or could be paid by itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can negotiate it. You can ask for it as part of the transaction, part of your offer. But it is what it is. Yeah. And like any business, everybody can set the rates they're willing to work for.
Yeah.
So, and the scope of business, the scope of service they offer. But there are those minimum duties in the listing contract, though. I've heard that come into play. So.
Click book now.
Person that says you didn't do this.
defined in the contract. Yeah. It's all defined. Now, of course, if you
For your $59.99.
take out XYZ items from the contract and only include this, you know what I mean? I think you could probably go through and do some things. Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, there is that. It depends on, you know, what you and your agent can do. I don't personally do that kind of thing. I don't take out like part of the contract. Oh, well, we're allowed to put within the confines of our contract, but we're not attorneys. Like anything, I think there's a fine line of what you can and can't do ethically.
When do you feel it okay, like if you went 60 days without a show and another has to sell it?
Does Hill, does it matter who the governor of California is? Tune into the Joe Pag Show tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, so let's go back to our questions. If you, what do you do as far as inspectors that you use? What do they guarantee? And if they miss something, what do they do about it? You know, that's a good question because inspectors, they're not going to guarantee, they're not going to fix what they miss, okay? The most they do is refund maybe their inspection fee. But it's still better than not having an inspection, okay? No matter what, it's better than not having an inspection. But do you have different inspectors with different guarantees? What do people expect?
The inspector that I refer is who I really know to do the most thorough, best job. My best advice for that would say to read the inspection agreement that you're getting from your inspector so you know what their process is, what their guarantees are. That's not something that I'm ever privy to. I don't usually get people's inspection guarantees, but for instance, the company that I refer often, I know they have one. I know they have, you know, all of that defined out in their agreement. So I think it's really important to read that so you understand, you know, what their role is and what they're agreeing to.
Okay. And John, as far as the all-in-one loan, are they all basically adjustable with a rate floor? Is that what they are?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So you have a floor. It's never going to go lower, but it will go higher depending on the margin.
Like I can tell you, our contract is all the same. We have a floor rate of 3.75 and a cap rate of 6 above your start rate. Okay.
Okay. So the most it will go up is 6 above.
Yeah. And then there's always a floor rate of 3.75.
How often did they get to the floor rate?
Well, we were a couple of years ago, but you know, not too often right
now. So right now it's hovering around 6 but the effective interest rate is where you get strong.
That's it. It's the amount of interest you pay for the loan, not the
quoted rate, but the amount. And the reason people who get the all-in-one loan, the reason they pay less is because every dime they have in the bank. Now, somebody wants to know what bank. In other words, does it have to be in CMG?
We do. We have
do you have an online bank or
they have locations that we have that have locations, but not in Colorado.
Okay.
But you know, it's like any bank you have, you know, online bill pay, ACH, anything. And yes, you do, because it's a sweep account.
So you keep money in that account.
Yep.
And every dime in that account, for every day it's in there, counts against your average daily balance.
It's called the zero balance checking account. So every day you wake up, your checking account's zero, but the money's available.
Is that the same checking account you write a check for when you want to go into your line?
Yes. Yeah. It's your same check, same account. Yep.
So you don't have to go each time you need to make a draw. You don't have to get approval.
Nope.
Once you have the line of credit.
It's already, money's always liquid available to you for any reason.
All right. That is partnerinlending.com. John Clace, partnerinlending.com. And then Stephanie, thank you for being here from Colorado Springs. Stephanie, RE.com. She's a Coldwell banker. StephanieRE.com. Don't forget, people, you get in touch with us 24/7, and we'll reach out to you 303 Martino. See you guys.